fuck off, fuck off, fuck you, fuck off, get me live, get me live, get me fucking 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 live, thank fuck, right, fucking cunt, fucking cunt. Anyway, no, not Welsh internet, English internet actually. Basically, the fucking company, I'll fucking show you right now, I'm so pissed off with this. So my internet has been down since 2021, and basically, the thingy being the retarded fucking system they are, has basically, they've basically sent me an email yesterday telling me, this incident, your incident, blah blah blah, regarding so internet PC has been resolved. Thank you for supporting Glide. And basically, I fucking had a fit because I basically turned around and said no. So, they said, your support ticket regarding so internet PC had further get in touch. You will be there. With most subjections, you just like to confirm whether the issues are going. Reply to this email with a full description of your issues. Me supports Glad support. And I responded with, no, it's still ongoing. I'm waiting for a response from you now for months. And basically, this was sent 3 days ago, this was sent 3 days ago. So they have nothing to complain about. Okay? Glide has not done their job, so I'm going to ring them up and basically be like, why aren't you doing your fucking job? I pay for this fucking accommodation. I pay for the Wi-Fi, so you fuckers should give me the Wi-Fi. But I'm using my mobile phone at the moment to give Wi-Fi to the PC. So, yeah. That's why. No, we have to watch new fucking... And now I've had to do a separate stream, which is also another issue, because it basically means that I want to do this, like, 24-hour live stream, but I don't know if I can do this 24-hour live stream, because I don't know if the internet works. Additionally, on top of that, the electric cuts out, because some fucking... Can't say anything, because I'll get cancelled. No, I'm not using data, I'm using... The Wi-Fi works fine on my phone, on my laptop. Just doesn't work on this. It's not a PC, it's the fucking Wi-Fi, because, and for some reason they don't have Ethernet ports. I mean, look at this, look what they got here. They got, you see that there? See that there? That should be an Ethernet port. Instead they got some butthole, circular, fucking portable, on-a-hole charger set going on here. Some of that bullshit right there. That's why I can't fucking, you know, and I asked them, is there any Ethernet ports? No, there isn't. I'm such a fucking you know, and basically I can't, you know, and the fact is that one time I contacted them saying like, oh, can I have a discount on the rent because the Wi-Fi isn't working, and then they basically were like trying to threaten me like, the Wi-Fi has been working, you haven't told us that, and I'm like, well, no. And then I basically used the magic words of, you know, I earn money from doing online influencing, and not having a Wi-Fi impacts my money, my income, meaning that if my subscribers, you know, my subscribers don't watch videos, meaning that, and then suddenly their attitude changed. It was, oh, right, we'll get Glide to sort it out for you. Using the magic words of online influencer, income, money issues, having to go public with it, causes them to suddenly freak out. But it's ridiculous. The Wi-Fi is ridiculous. But anyway, I'm going to go and make myself a cocktail, and I'll be right back. Don't kill each other whilst I'm away. Have Bruce stare at you. Get him. Fucking Bruce, you fucking... Whatever. Bruce, just stay there. I won't need that. Nope, the ice is melted. I am not drunk enough for this. I need to be more drunk. Worried I'll run out of alcohol or something. English ladies. Farewell and adieu, dear ladies of Spain. For we received orders for to sail back to Boston. And so nevermore shall we see you again. You really gonna be a cunt? Good, fuck off. Thank you. You fucking Wi-Fi's being shit. Actually, I'm having to use mobile data. Cunt! You fucking cunt! You fucking cunt! Better fucking work, you fucking cunt. Don't be fucking retarded now, I swear to fucking Christ. Right, do your fucking job. Next part. You will fucking play it. What the fuck's happened? Okay. Near Midway Atoll, June the 4th, 1942. Right. Here he is doing Here he is stuff. Oh yeah, he's done it thingy. This one. You fucking cunt. Roland Emmerich. Yeah, we have the Germans, yeah. Oh, I had to library it. It's fine. That's fine. So, I've done the maths, it's like 5 hours. It's a long ass marathon, I'll tell you that. Who? Ujima. Oh yes! I saw the film, but that's from Ujima. I fucking hated
the
it.
American force was returning to base. Their losses had been brutal, with maybe half the SBDs returning in a serviceable condition. But as they began entering the pattern, the fleet's AAA opened up with a vengeance. The American pilots swiveled their heads to see what they were shooting at, only for their hearts to sink. Hiryu's first deckload strike of 18 Vals and 6 Zeros had tailed the returning aircraft back to their carriers and had now commenced a ferocious attack. The men of Hiryu's air group were elites. While Akagi and Kaga had been renowned throughout the Air Corps as torpedo specialists, it was Hiryu and Zuikaku who were famous for their dive bombers. Yamaguchi's pilots pressed the attack with a fury. The American Combat Air Patrol desperately tried to fend them off. They shot through the escorting Zeros, downing 3 for the loss of 1 Wildcat, and once through the fighters, they then tore into the bombers. 11 of the 18 Vals were cut down by the Yorktown sisters, with 2 more falling to the AAA, but the remaining 5 pressed their attack. The Japanese held their dives to an almost suicidal altitude.
Did they not?
They couldn't miss. 3 direct hits tore through USS Yorktown, while 2 near misses caused critical shock damage below the waterline. It had cost them almost their entire attacking force, but 1 US carrier was now out of action. But for the Americans, it was not for nothing. During this attack, the scouting patrols launched from Yorktown had spotted Hiryu. And with that, the stage was set.
For what?
And as though an omen of what was to come, as the damage control teams aboard Yorktown extinguished the fires and restored power to the engines, they hoisted a new signal flag from their island. A full-scale, Capitol building-sized American flag, Old Glory herself, unfurled from the foremast and caught the blowing breeze of a carrier once again underway. What remained of Yorktown's air group rearmed and combined with Bombing 6 aboard Enterprise, and with grim purpose, Big E turned into the wind at flank speed. The ragged band of naval aviators still alive with their hurriedly patched aircraft forged ahead into the setting sun. The final showdown was upon them. But unfortunately for USS Yorktown, it would be Hiryu who hit first. While the Americans had launched their dive bombers earlier, they had to climb to altitude and form up, giving Yamaguchi time to launch his second wave. This follow-up attack was led by the same man who had started the battle hours before. it was fitting that the man who begun the Battle of Midway should also be the man to lead off the battle's end. Joichi Tomonaga, the leader of Hiryu's air group, launched with the remaining B-5N unit, a total of 10 bombers and 6 Zeros. The very last Japanese aviators available knew that their chances were slim to none of survival. They were screwed. But believing Yorktown to have been sunk by their comrades earlier, they were determined to sink Enterprise. They followed the line of bearing laid out by their friends, and sure enough, the American task force came into view. What greeted their eyes was a practically undamaged carrier flying a gigantic flag. Believing the crippled but slowly reviving Yorktown to be the Enterprise, Tomonaga and his men conducted their attack runs, lining up for a perfect concentric attack with their deadly long lance torpedoes. And it was then...
Did they have long lance? I thought long lance torpedoes were only equipped on destroyers. That's what I thought. I didn't know that long lance were actually equipped on thingy. Do not disconnect, you can't. Type 93 torpedo. Oh. Yeah, the Japanese just stole everything off us. There's a fucking... There's 5 in examples. I can find one in Virginia. Wait, there was one in the Arizona. Sheesh. Okay. What carried them? No, you fucking retard. Okay, hang on. Planes. Alright, what the fucking Jap World War II plane? No. Bomb one. No, not that one! Jap torpedo plane World War II. Yeah, that one. Let's go with that one. Give me a sec. Equipment. Show me what fucking bomb it used. Torpedo bomber. Yes. Capable swordfish. It was near an obsolete sword, but no less speed from the parade in the whole war. It is the development of the B6N. The pilot was formed by Chip Curtis and Worlds of Vertebrate. Okay. B5N torpedo. Type. A 91 torpedo! Haha! Which was not the long lance torpedo, was it? No. It was an aerial torpedo. That was right. That was right. Okay, now we continue.
That the Yorktown Combat Air Patrol descended upon them. Undaunted by fighter opposition, the attack was pressed home. One after the other, the B-5Ns began their runs, only to be cut down by the Wildcats. The American pilots were frantically, desperately trying to save their ship. Then it was Tomonaga's turn. Coming in for an aft quarter attack, he lined up his shot. It couldn't miss. It was a perfect angle. But at the last minute, he was thrown off his aim by a startling jolt and a burst of flame. While focused in on his attack, Joichi was shot down by none other than Jimmy Thatch himself.
Oh, that you can't.
In a final act of defiance and professionalism, he released his torpedo, even though he knew it would miss. Nevertheless, for the Emperor and his commander, he would carry out his orders. His wingmen, however, would see their orders through, sending 2 more torpedoes into Yorktown's side, shattering her engines and leaving her listing 23 degrees to port. The deadly long lance had claimed its victory.
It's not a long lance!
USS
It's
Yorktown,
a 91.
the defiant and doting older sister, was lost.
Bruh. Wait, what?
While this tragic drama played out behind...
What? No. He mentioned... Okay, he does mention it later. Okay, I was going to say.
10 pilots of USS Enterprise and 14 of USS Yorktown drove their SBDs onwards in search of Hiryu. Off their wing, they could see plumes of smoke from their earlier handiwork and corrected their heading. Sure enough, as the sun began to set, they spotted Hiryu underway as fast as her engines could take her.
Have that, you cunt.
Yamaguchi was trying his best. His crews, meanwhile, were feverishly cobbling together some pilots and aircraft to make an attempt on Hornet, who they thought was the only surviving US carrier. Their error would be demonstrated to them shortly. With McCluskey out of the fight wounded, it was Dick Best in command of the Americans as they prepared to brave the fighter screen. NT and Yorktown's fighters had been detailed to protect their ships from Hiryu's second wave, and so they were going in unescorted, alone. A full squadron of Zeros, orphaned from their home ships, had been rearmed aboard Hiryu and now dove in with a fury of men possessed. Anger beyond words would not describe this. They were seeking vengeance for their home ships. 3 of the SBDs were blasted to shreds immediately, forcing the others to evade, throwing off their aim. But their intrepid flight leader held his course. Down and down they went for the last time, using the rising sun painted prominently on her flight deck. Richard Halsey Best grabbed his bomb release lever and pulled it savagely. His wingmen did the same at almost the same instant. As they swooped over the edge of her deck, 4 1,000-pounders shattered the forward section of Hiryu completely, caving in her deck and setting her alight from bow to the back of the island.
Yep.
The resulting chain reaction of fires began detonating ordnance and aircraft in the hangar deck. But due to the aggressive but convenient remodeling done by the US Navy, the hangar deck was no longer enclosed, and so the catastrophic fuel-air explosions that doomed the other ships did not occur. But it was apparent that she was most definitely beyond saving. The second wave of SBDs thought so too, as they aborted their dives to attack Hiryu's escort. However, the rushed attack and more effective maneuvering of the smaller ships prevented any further losses. Nevertheless, the damage was done. The American pilots dove to the water and hauled ass away, while the Zeros, with no field to land on, ditched near friendly vessels once out of fuel. As the sun burned orange on the horizon, the American aviators returned to their carriers. Yorktown's pilots eyed their home in her final moments with a somber sadness before landing on Enterprise. The day had started with 233 aircraft spread across 3 carriers. By its end, only 124 aircraft remained. Many of those damaged or written off completely, with one of their carriers sunk. To put it bluntly, combined with the losses from Midway Island, 50% of the American force was destroyed. Though Yorktown's crew survived, but the damage they had done to the Japanese was far greater.
I was going to say, but also...
The Japanese had lost 3,000 sailors and airmen.
Yeah, but...
All 4 fleet carriers had been sunk, along with their attached air groups who had been robbed of their place to land. The core of Japan's naval aviation arm had been demolished, with the pilots, mechanics, and fitters dying in the conflagrations that had swept through the hangar bays of Kido Butai. Admiral Nagumo had abandoned Akagi and began withdrawing to regroup with Admiral Yamamoto. Admiral Yamaguchi, meanwhile, was still aboard Hiryu. Watching his command begin to disintegrate, he gave a speech to the assembled crew. He praised them for their hard work and heroism in partially redeeming the Navy's honor.
Yep.
And that the failure of this defeat was the responsibility of bad leadership, not that of its sailors and airmen. With Nagumo and Yamamoto withdrawing, Yamaguchi felt it proper that for this failure, as the senior officer left on the field, he should be the one to atone for it. He ordered all young men and men with families to abandon ship.
Yeah, that's true. Captain stayed with him. And he did say that. Let us enjoy the moment together.
The next day, Hiryu was found adrift
There.
by a scout aircraft from Hosho, as seen in this photograph.
Hmm.
Soon after this photo was taken, she slipped below the waves. Seeing the carrier force destroyed and not wanting to risk the flagship, Yamamoto ordered a general retreat back to Japanese waters. Enterprise would leave them a parting gift. As the Japanese fleet turned back,
Right, okay, so there's two issues that were wrong with this. Yorktown sinking was a bit odd. Animarchy didn't mention why Yorktown actually sunk. Yorktown could have been saved. Like, generally, Yorktown could have been saved. Yorktown was actually in the process of being saved. But the issue was that Jap sub, this was after the Battle of Midway, turned up and launched 2 torpedoes. One that struck Yorktown, one that went underneath Yorktown's hull. And hang on. Sorry. I'm ill at the moment, didn't know. One that went underneath Yorktown's hull and struck Hammond and murdered Hammond. And there's actually a picture of it you can find. And there's another issue. What was the other? Oh yeah, that was it. Yamato. But there's 2 pictures that were taken. Oh, there's several pictures. That's one. That's another one. But it's the one with Hammond. There's one. Robert Ballard found the Yorktown. Let me just see. There. There's a picture of Hammond sinking. She literally blew up her depth charges, like she just got fucked. But Yorktown was still sinking slower. So that's how they were able to take that picture. But they were actually if that Japanese sub had not hit Yorktown, she would have survived and she would have been brought back. And that would have been the craziest thing in the history. If they had done that, if they had succeeded in bringing back Yorktown, they would have basically done the Battle of Midway with 0 losses of ships. That would have been astro-fucking-nomical. Like, that generally would have. The second issue, the second one that is incorrect, is the pulling back. The Japanese fleet didn't pull back immediately. They didn't go, and pull back. What happened was that Japan still thought they could win the Battle of Midway. Even after losing their carriers, they still thought they could win the Battle of Midway. Because the main priority was not about the carrier, it was about the carriers, about sinking the carriers, the American carriers. It wasn't about, they didn't give a shit. They were like, well, fucking whatever. And the interesting thing is that what they wanted was that they wanted the American carriers to come after their battle fleet, the main battle fleet, because their plan was to lure them into the night and then shell them to bits. And if Admiral Ballsy Halsey was there, he would have done it. He would have hunted down the Japanese. He would have gone, fuck it, we sunk the carriers, let's get more of those ships sunk. But it wasn't Halsey in charge. It was Commander Spruance. Commander Spruance was a more cautious man. And he knew his objective was to sink the Japanese carriers. So he knew, once the carriers were sunk, his job was done, he can go home. There was no point in staying around, there was no point in trying to pursue more Japanese ships. He did his job, go home. If Halsey was there, it might have turned out different. Halsey, most likely, would have gone the offensive and tried to get those battleships. And if he had done that, as the Japanese had planned, it would have been an interesting predicament. But then, and as a result, when Japanese got word that, when Yamamoto got word that the Americans were pulling back, he knew that that was it. The battle was over. So, yes. Hello, Jacosta. You still doing videos? Jesus Christ, you've existed since Me and you, we're like old guys. We're like the two Girls and Panzer YouTubers that have just stayed around since forever. Like, holy shit. So yeah.
The US Navy's aviators gave chase, and as they did so, they spotted the Mogami-class cruiser Mikuma and launched a devastating aerial attack. Enterprise's SBDs scored 5 hits on the forward half of the ship, starting fires and blowing the forecastle completely apart. 2 of the escorting destroyers, Arashio and Asashio, took 1 bomb each, starting...
But then again, I gotta hand it to Animarchy, because he's not a naval expert. he's an aviation expert, so he's not a naval expert. So of course he's not gonna know all the details.
Fires and killing a substantial number of their crews. Mikuma, with the damage she sustained, slowly took on water, listing to port until eventually capsizing, sinking into the abyss. They would not be the first Japanese warships to face the wrath of American air power, and they would definitely not be the last. With Yamamoto withdrawing and the US fleet returning to Pearl as the sun set on June 6th, 1942, the most pivotal battle in the Pacific War came to a close. And thus the balance
he's
of
suddenly
history
watching now. He's there, like,
was forever changed.
Watching, like, not commenting. He's just watching.
Despite being a strategic and tactical victory for the United States, however, operationally speaking,
yes,
the Battle of Midway was
Mogami got rammed twice.
A draw. The Japanese still had several light carriers as well as Shokaku and Zuikaku, not to mention the other fleet carriers currently under construction in Japan or nearing completion. With the loss of Yorktown and with the other commitments to the European theatre, the United States had roughly the same carrier capability as the Japanese did. What Midway had achieved was to even the odds, and one thing was apparent to both Yamamoto and the American Joint Chiefs.
What?
Successful defensive actions only avert defeat. They do not achieve victory. To achieve victory, you have to take the offensive and seize the initiative. And with the momentum now gained, Fleet Admiral Ernest King determined that it was time for exactly that. The game had now changed. It was no longer a game of dice with long odds. The game was now poker.
Holy shit, you haven't uploaded a video in years, Jacosta. What the hell are you doing?
But the thing about American officers, which the Japanese never really worked out, is they really like to bluff.
Huh.
And what better way to up the stakes than to hit the enemy where he was strongest, to show him you know no fear. Not to mention you get to steal his shit. The Americans were determined. They were going to get in this thing for real, and they knew just how they were going to do it. Little could they realize just how historic their campaign would be, as it would define the story of the early war into the Pacific well into the next century. Their mission was to take a large island in the Solomons by the name of Guadalcanal. They called it Operation Watchtower.
Oh, yeah. There's some kind of way out of here. What's funny is that a lot of Bob Dylan fans fucking hate Jimi Hendrix because apparently this was actually Bob Dylan's, not Jimi Hendrix's song. Jimi Hendrix took the lyrics and made his own song, so it's actually funny. Yeah, it is. This is a Vietnam one.
Stop! Wait a minute. Wrong Enterprise, wrong war. Give me a second.
No.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, why no video, Jakoska? Why no video? You haven't done a video in a year. Make one. Do it. Yeah, Guadalcanal was a mess. Hey, those are war crimes. Seriously. Holy shit, that Jap's on fire! Get that Jap! Get him! Get that Jap! Get him! That little gook bastard. That's why putting me on the. That's why I wouldn't have been good in
As
the
we
Pacific
know,
War.
during the Battle of the
Get him,
Coral Sea,
get out,
the
Gook.
Japanese
Get him.
occupied the island of Tulagi as a strategic outpost to bolster their move down the Solomons Island chain in support of their final offensive to seize New Guinea. But as an Australian, allow me to say, suck it, bitches! Anyway. However, due to the intervention of the US Navy, they now had to assault the Australian force holding the island directly, resulting in them being held and then forced back up the Kokoda Trail. Again, eat shit. Given this fact, along with the cataclysmic defeat at Midway, Yamamoto decided that since he couldn't use carriers, he was going to have to use island airfields to give his naval aviators the ability to strike Allied ships. Tulagi was not suited for such an undertaking. It simply wasn't big enough. But the neighbouring island of Guadalcanal had an ideal location for a large airstrip named Lunga Point.
Lunga,
From
lunga.
here,
Lunga,
utilizing the
lunga.
exceptional range of the lightweight Japanese aircraft, they could hit targets ranging from New Guinea to Vanuatu, and provide a springboard into New Caledonia and maybe even Fiji and American Samoa. If the Japanese achieved this, it would cut the United States off from Australia, rendering them without a huge, well-developed forward operating base to launch offensives into the Empire. Fleet Admiral King and Nimitz knew that losing Australia would devastate their plans and force them to launch cross-Pacific offensives with extended lines of supply. And despite their recent victories, they were still desperately short of what they needed. With the intel that Japan was setting up a base on Guadalcanal, things became clear. Letting the Japanese complete this airfield and then allow them the ability to occupy the rest of the nearby islands was unacceptable. They were going to do a little bit of what we politely call real estate acquisition. But where do you get troops for this operation? The Navy had successfully managed to hold their own at the Battle of Midway, and were even now getting the ships together. Enterprise, Wasp, and Saratoga were ready with the carrier force, along with the brand new battleship North Carolina, later to be joined by her sister Washington. They had cruisers and destroyers aplenty, including one impetuous destroyer by the name of USS Laffey, as well as cruisers San Francisco, Salt Lake City, Portland, Atlanta, and Minneapolis.
Atlanta! Oh god, Atlanta. That reminds me of that meme from What Your Favourite Azzling Waifu Says About You, the Atlanta one. Oh, I'm on fucking fire! It burns! I was 2 days away from retirement!
Troops
oh.
is another matter entirely. So they
it
got
just
to
makes
thinking,
me laugh so hard.
where are we going to get the troops from? Could MacArthur do it? No, his men are dug in with the Australians in New Guinea. What about the new boys back in the States? No, apparently they have some big operation in Africa coming up. I don't know, maybe we could ask our allies. The Aussies are busy, sure, but the Brits can help, right? No, they're already in Africa. Not to mention they're trying to hold the Burma Road to keep China alive. Shit, we're running out of options. Who does that leave? Oh, right, Canada. I'll give the Canadians a call. Hey guys, yeah, I'm gonna need to borrow your army right quick. They're busy. It's you, Canada. What could your troops possibly be doing?
War crimes.
What do you mean they're invading France next week? Are you fucking kidding? This is just great. We have an offensive all ready to go, and no army to launch it with.
Well, we don't have an army, but there is the, other option.
Who? The Dutch? They already got run out of their colonies. There's no way they could do it. Like, what? They can't do it. There's not enough Pacific Islanders. Wait. No.
What?
No. I refuse. The Japanese are committing enough war crimes for the both of us. They're the ones launching suicidal attacks and pulling off crazy shit. We're not calling them. If we call those guys, we'd be lucky if there was an airfield left for us to even take.
Who?
I'm not going to be responsible for the humanitarian crisis we're going to cause if we call them. Oh, God, we don't really have to call them, do we?
Yeah, yeah, we do.
Oh, Oh god.
Oh,
Fucking-
Marines. Oh, no, wrong side. I thought it was over there then. Oh no, it's the fucking Sanders theme! Sanders! Woo! Go Sanders! Go Kane! No, no, no. Actually, I don't think it is fucking Sanders theme. Oh well! I was going to say the Marines are fucking nuts. If you want to get a job done, you send either the Marines or the Gurkhas. It's a fact. That's what you do. You send either the Gurkhas or the Marines. They get the
On
job
the
done.
7th of August, 1942, under the cover of a tropical storm in the middle of the night, the United States Marine Corps entered into the waters off Guadalcanal and Tulagi. The channel of water they were sailing in would soon come to be known as Iron Bottom Sound for reasons that will become apparent. As the sun came up, the United States Navy bombarded the Japanese defenses on Tulagi and Guadalcanal, while the Marines boarded their landing craft. Over their heads were the aircraft of Enterprise and Saratoga. It was a good thing they were there. The moment the Japanese realized what was happening, Japanese Naval Air Service aircraft launched from their base at Rabaul and Lai to attack the invasion fleet. Men like Japanese ace Saburo Sakai were part of this force. They were the major elite cadre left after the Battle of Midway, members of what was called the Tainan Air Group. A furious air battle ensued, as the Zeros and Wildcats set upon each other like beasts possessed, while the Japanese bombers dove in on their fleet. However, due to the efforts of Enterprise and Saratoga, only 2 ships were damaged for the cost of 36 Japanese aircraft, while they had lost only 14 of their own in the defense. Once again, the carriers had done their job, and the Marines were safely ashore. It was now time for the bloody business of the day. One day on this channel, I would love to cover the Guadalcanal campaign in full.
Don't.
But as this is about Enterprise...
This is crazy to think of him saying, I'd like to cover this, I'd like to cover this, I'd like to cover this. And then the war in Ukraine just fucks all that for him. He's just like, nah, you're doing videos in Ukraine, you cunt. That's what you're doing. You ain't doing videos on Aslan anymore. Get that shit out of it. You're doing videos on Ukraine. That's what you're going to do.
I'll have to go with a heavily abbreviated version until we get to the major naval engagements around the island involving carriers.
Yeah. No!
I highly recommend for
Talk
the
about
surface
Laffy.
actions once again. If you haven't already
No.
by now,
I don't
go
like
visit
Drachenfell.
Drachenfell.
No!
Please.
No!
Anyway,
No!
the
He
Marines
said
did
Bismarck was sunk.
what
No.
Marines are born and raised to do.
No, he won't. He won't cover Israel. He won't cover Israel. If you look at his Twitter and see him complaining, and that's why he won't cover Israel, because he knows for a fact if he does cover Israel, he's gonna get a backlash. He's gonna get some stupid Welsh idiot coming out the woodwork, claiming to be a military historian, saying, "Actually, I studied the Arab-Israeli conflict on my history course, and I happen to be an expert on the subject, and my sources say you're wrong." And then that's why he's not going to cover Israel. Because of that. That's why.
And the garrison defending the
Because I'm
airfield
just a
quite
cunt when it
sensibly
comes
ran
to
into the jungle,
historical
screaming in
arguments.
panic. After being shelled by the US Navy, picking a fight with a loose assembly of mentally challenged teenagers with machine guns, led by men like John Basilone, seemed like a
Basilone was overrated.
rather poor decision.
Everyone's going to be like, oh, so what the fuck did you say, you little bitch? I square up, G. Look, I'm just saying, Basilone made... If I was Basilone's position, I would not have gone back. Like, I understand. I just wouldn't. Like, I don't know. I don't know because it's not right. Basilone shouldn't have died. That's the truth. That's a shame he died. That's why. He could have easily avoided his death had he chose to. He had a wife. He could have had a family. He had a good, money. He was training up the troops. He could have stayed there, and he decided to go to Ujima. I believe it was Ujima. It was either Ujima or the other one, Okinawa, and he died. And very sad. And he shouldn't have thingy. I always get confused with Okinawa and Iwo Jima. Because that's the thing, Letters from Iwo Jima. Great film by Japan. But then I completely forgot this Okinawa. Like, I forgot that existed. And Okinawa was a big one. Okinawa was one they had to get. Because... wasn't Okinawa the one where they launched the nuke from? I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Okinawa was worse. Holy shit. Okinawa was worse. Okinawa was horrific. Yeah, Okinawa was where they launched the nuke from. Was it Okinawa they got first or Iwo Jima? No, it was Iwo Jima they got first. Because they said in the film Iwo Jima.
With this victory, the Americans had themselves an airfield. And as our crayon-consuming friends had achieved the honor, they got to name it. Subsequently naming it Henderson Field, after the aforementioned man who led the do-or-die charge of Marine pilots at Midway. But while the Japanese army was not feeling very much like a fight, the Japanese Navy was eager for a little bit of well-deserved payback.
Die, Iron Army, die, Laffy,
After all,
die.
their finest fighting force was mercilessly cut down by the very same task force now attacking them here. Given that their biggest airbase in the region, Rabaul, was at the very top of the island chain, via a channel which would become known as the Slot, while their fleet headquarters in the Pacific was located in Truk Lagoon, nearby, all of these Japanese bases and assets were perfectly placed. They had an opportunity to hit the Americans, and hit them really fucking hard.
And they did.
In the middle of the night, on the 8th of August, 1942, a surface force under the command of Vice Admiral Mikawa closed in on the cruisers and destroyers protecting the transport fleet, which was still offloading supplies to the Marines on the surrounding islands. Given the ferocious response by the Japanese Naval Air Service against the invasion force, Admiral Fletcher had withdrawn Enterprise, Saratoga, and Wasp to replenish their air groups and, keep them alive. He also had the full intention of expediting the offload process so he could completely withdraw and reorganize while their role was assumed by the Marine Air Group, soon to arrive at Henderson Field.
This is the Enterprise.
The Americans had not expected the Japanese to mount a counterattack until perhaps a week
it is
from
funny
now.
to see Animarchy say that.
But despite their code-breaking and intelligence
I'm like that
assets,
as well. I like
their enemies, the Americans did not truly understand or comprehend the nature of the foe they were fighting yet, at least not fully. If a Japanese military force can attack in any way, no matter how hopeless, they most certainly will. And given that the Japanese surface force was trained and developed with the assistance of the Royal Navy in the early part of the century, all while being merged with the ancient warrior spirit of the Japanese culture, their gunnery, discipline, and aggression were on a whole different level. And with the assumption that they were going to be outnumbered and outproduced, they focused on training to overcome the odds, specifically through small-scale night attacks. What hit the Americans that night around Savo Island was the true face of the Japanese Navy. While their aviators were the...
I'm just going to get some more alcohol a sec, I'll be back. I need more alcohol in my system. I'm going to get me some vodka. There's some more ice. Do I need? Yeah, I need a bit more ice. Be back. Right. Oh, fuck. Hang on. You really need to put this somewhere safer. Oh no, it's leaking everywhere. No. Fuck. be protected. Okay. I need to move this somewhere where it ain't gonna get damaged. Where it ain't gonna leak. Top shelf. Put it there on the top. It's my authentic Jaws diving mask from film Jaws. The actual real one. Not the one that they used in film, but the same make of a diving mask. I need to wash this. Where's it got fucking... Yeah, well, right. Give it a... Oh, I got silicone on me. Oh, shit. Come to something when the fucking thingy's black. Hmm? Ugh. Right, I'm back. Drink to your leg. Drink to your leg, okay. Drink to both our legs. Here we go. Vodka and Coke now. Because I say flick the cocktails, there can't be else making them. Middle class people used to be able to make cocktails. Technically I'm middle class because I went to university.
The focus of Yamamoto's faction, the surface proponents had dominated for most of the IJN's development. They were as terrifying as they were
Smells
ruthless.
silicon.
They carved into the American formation, firing at point-blank range, delivering blow after devastating blow, and once complete, the Japanese vanished seamlessly.
Poi! Poi!
As though they were
Poi!
ghosts.
Poi! Stop it.
Faced with the loss of
Poi!
4
Stop
cruisers
it.
sunk, 1 damaged, and 2 destroyers barely still afloat, the US Navy was forced to withdraw, leaving the Marines to fend for themselves.
That's terrible vodka. Tastes like ass.
With the US Navy out of the way was open for the Japanese to reinforce the island, and Admiral Yamamoto knew that if he could throw the Americans back from their first offensive move, it could perhaps give them some leverage morale-wise, and maybe even some political capital to bargain with. And so, with rare, and I mean really rare, cooperation from the army, the Japanese committed fully to the campaign. Japanese reinforcements began landing all throughout August. Along the Tenaru River, near the eastern perimeter of Henderson Field, the Japanese landed a detachment of 917 men in an attempt to flank the defending Marines, as they had been fortifying to the west, expecting an assault from the Japanese main force. However, the Japanese underestimated just how many Marines had been landed, as well as how well dug in they were. What ended up happening was a disastrous night attack, where those 900 Japanese soldiers attacked 3,000 Marines of the 1st Marine Regiment, 1st Marine Division. And despite how much shit we give our Marine Corps friends, there is one thing you can't deny. When you want a professional, well-organized fighting force to carry out political policy through violence, you call the army. When you need new real estate and an enemy dead, and I mean really dead, you call the Marines. For the loss of 44 men, the US Marine Corps essentially wiped out the entire detachment. Given this failure, the Japanese landed the rest of their reinforcements in an attempt to stabilize the situation. They were, along with the rest of their units on the western side of the island, preparing to launch an offensive to take back Henderson Field. But it was apparent more men were needed. Admiral Yamamoto, though, was way ahead on the curve on that score, as he had sourced the rest of the Japanese division already ashore, as well as an elite detachment of Japanese Special Navy landing forces. This was soon to be a Marine versus Marine engagement. We were about to reach levels of war crime previously thought impossible. But this force had one other motive. If this convoy was to go through unmolested, it would jeopardize the entire American operation.
Okay.
Thus, the US Navy would have to contest it. which would
Enterprise.
almost certainly draw out Enterprise and her friends.
Ah,
Assigned to the task force were none other than the sisters, Shokaku and Zuikaku, along with Mutsu, Kirishima, and Hiei. With battle wagons as a vanguard, repairs complete, and new air wings on board, the Battle of the Eastern Solomons was about to begin.
what about the Western Solomons, huh? No one considers the Western Solomons. Ooh. Banzai!
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
Tadeka Banzai! Tadeka Banzai! Tadeka Banzai! Tadeka Banzai! That's a funny moment.
Liberty and the pursuit of happiness.
What are we gonna do? Tadeka Banzai! Tadeka Banzai! Tadeka Banzai! Doing old people flashbacks. Good night, OC Gangsta. Our friends,
Yamamoto,
I wish you
as
very good
usual,
luck. Thank
was
you.
correct in his
You
operational
guys know
assessment.
that you can comment.
Upon
Like,
reports
you don't
of
have
the
to
Battle
watch
of Tenru
silently. Like,
and the arrival of still
You
more
can comment.
Japanese army units, Admiral
much prefer it
Fletcher
if you do
realized
comment.
that if the Marines were going to survive, they needed his aircraft and they needed them quickly.
Ah.
The Cactus Air Force, as it would be famously known, had only just received its first squadrons, numbering only 20 or so aircraft. Worse still, Wasp was low on fuel and stores due to being smaller than NT and
Wasp
Terra.
fucking sucked.
As such, she needed to be detached from the task force. With the grim determination of an unwanted but essential mission, the two other carriers and the surface fleet did a U-turn and headed straight back into harm's way. The Japanese knew they were coming too. A scout aircraft had spotted the US task force. But before it could radio the position, Enterprise's fighters sent it screaming down in a ball of flame. If it had crashed or suffered a failure, it would have radioed for help. So when they didn't return, Nagumo, yep, him again,
Fuck's
made an
sake.
out-of-character correct assessment that had been shot down by US carrier aircraft. These suspicions were confirmed when a PBY Catalina spotted their own force. They immediately reversed course upon sighting this, and sure enough, a few hours later in the space they would have been, came a strike force from Saratoga. With a new day beginning, August 24th, 1942, both sides prepared for battle. And as the sun rose over the Pacific, if I may borrow the words of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the game, Mrs. Hudson, is afoot.
Anime fucking sucks, Animarchy, and you know it! Moriarty the Patriot sucks ass, and you know it. That's a universal fact. I will fight you on that.
It was
I'll let you know,
Nagumo who made the opening move.
fucking-
The light carrier Ryuho,
And on top of that, fucking Sherlock didn't say the game's afoot first. It was actually Henry V during the fucking once more into the breach, that bullshit when he was taking down a French castle. That's when he said the game's afoot. So G.I. Jane 2 can't wait to see it.
was under the command of Chuichi Hara,
Ah.
the man who led the Japanese fleet at Coral Sea. This ship was ordered to move ahead of the main force with the heavy cruiser Tone and two destroyers,
Tone.
Amatsukaze and Fukitsukaze. Their job was to act as a decoy vanguard to draw the Americans to battle without revealing 5th Carrier Division's location. While doing this, they were also able to neutralize Henderson Field with an airstrike comprised of Ryuho's air group and the Japanese Naval Air Service units launching from Rabaul. However, while en route to their launch point, the Vanguard group was spotted by a PBY Catalina, and their position was
Never seen
radiated
it,
to
John,
Fletcher.
so I don't know.
The time was 9:35, and this was the first solid intel that the Americans had received regarding a carrier group. But it was only a singular light carrier with a small surface escort. Yesterday, they had seen a huge invasion.
Where's
coming.
Enterprise?
While they hadn't seen 5th Carrier
Where
Division,
the
they
fuck
had a
is
pretty
Shane?
good suspicion that they were around.
Didn't even know
Then
the
again, there was a
mid-second
Japanese surface force right next to Henderson Field.
This is supposed to be
with
about
no protection.
Enterprise.
Every instinct Fletcher had told him this was a trap. but the opportunity to take out Ryuho without opposition was seriously tempting. He stepped up Enterprise's scouting effort and decided to play it cool.
Shit.
He would wait for the Japanese to make their move, which of course, true to form, Shuichihara did. He, after all, much preferred being on the offensive, and at 12:20, Ryuho launched 6 B-5Ns and 15 Zeros to attack Henderson Field as planned. However, what wasn't planned was a storm front coming down the island chain, resulting in Rabal's air group being forced to return to base.
Yo, notice that.
Meaning that the light carrier air group was now heading into the target on their own.
I don't
which
care.
meant consequentially the upcoming air battle would be fought on an even basis.
I don't care. Show
As
me
they
Enterprise.
approached the island, Saratoga's radar picked them up.
That's not
Reversed
Enterprise.
exact location.
That's Saratoga.
Fletcher, seeing that battle was joined, decided to take a risk. He knew the Japanese force was most likely out there, but with the airfield under attack and a Japanese surface group so close, he could no longer ignore it. Saratoga's air group spooled up, and at 13:40, 38 aircraft launched off her deck, heading into the fray, searching for Ryuho and her escorts. At 14:23, the Japanese air group began their attack on Henderson Field, only to run headlong into the Marine aviators of the Cactus Air Force. And just like their ground-pounding cousins in 1st Marines, VMF 223, who incidentally fly Aviate Harriers these days, were absolute maniacs. 3 B-5Ns and 3 Zeros were blasted out of the sky, with the loss of only 3 of their own Wildcats.
We used to fly Harriers. Why
Just
the
a
fuck do
side
we have
note
our
about the
jets
Cactus
now?
Air Force.
Why did we
These
get rid of the
men were
Harriers?
so competitive with their
Why?
kills.
Why did we get rid of the Harriers? Why? They did their job. We fucking killed ass. Right? And we got rid of them for the F-35, which is a piece of shit that hardly works. It's never got a kill. It's fucking terrible. But we got the F-35s, and they cost too much. The Harriers were so much cheaper. Why did we get rid of the Harriers? I don't care. The Americans still use them.
Got sick with
Fuck's
fever.
sake.
He requested the other leading ace be grounded so they could keep the scores even. But the heroics of our crayon-dyed friends.
Yeah, we got rid of our Harriers. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. We got rid of them. Like the Harrier aircraft, we fucking got rid of it. And like, I'm just gonna put that there. If I can give me the Harrier. We literally got like the Harrier jump jet was like the best fucking jet ever, right? Piss off. And we literally like 1969, 1967, right? And we stopped using them. See, look, last British VTOL, you know, we got rid of them. UK last. When did the UK stop using the Harrier? 2006. We stopped using them in 2006 to get this piece of shit. Right? The F-35. Wow. Wow. That suffers computer issues and is a piece of shit. Right? And the reason why we got rid of it in 2006 is because our fucking invincible carrier. Because we got rid of these. They're fucking invincible carrier. Because we got rid of these. We literally got rid of them, right? Right? We had 3 of them, right? And we had Invincible originally. She was the first one, sent to Argentina to go kick down the Argentinians' ass, right? And then she got broken up in 2011, right? And we had Ark Royal. I don't even know what the fuck was with Ark Royal. Ark Royal went out of commission way before, 2011, before anyone else. And then we had Illustrious. And Illustrious was my babe. I thought Illustrious would be around forever. And you see, look at this, 2012. If you take a look at Illustrious, where's the fucking jets? They ain't a single. There's an Apache. There's my gender. That's great. There's a Sea King. Okay. Yeah. There's several Sea Kings and some other fucking helicopter. But there ain't no Harrier. Because at that point, we weren't using Harriers. Because we didn't have any. Because we got rid of them and sold them to the Americans. So we fucked up. So we had to operate an aircraft carrier with no aircraft. Apart from an Apache attack helicopter. Because that was the only capability it had. It didn't have any other capability. Because it sucked. shit. It sucked ass. That's why. Because we got rid of the Harriers, and I don't know why. And we got these shitty F-35s that can't even fucking mop up a piss up in the brewery. And that's a universal fact. It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. We got rid of Illustrious. We shouldn't have. The Queen Elizabeth class doesn't fucking work. They're all fucking lemons. I know firsthand because I've been on the fucking thing. It's a fucking lemon. But, we're just gonna get rid of Old Faithful and fucking replace it with a fucking monstrosity that doesn't even have fucking aircraft on it. We can't afford the aircraft. We had to wait about 5 years for the other aircraft. Prince of Wales doesn't have aircraft. Prince of Wales only has fucking drones at the moment because it's the only thing that we can fucking afford. We can't afford to run these carriers. We're gonna have to sell one of them in the near future when Labour takes over. We are so screwed. We are so screwed and there's nothing we can do. Because we're fucked. Because we got rid of the Harriers. So that's why. And we've only got 2 aircraft carriers, and we're like, we're going to defend the world. We can't defend shit with 2 aircraft carriers. We can't defend shit. Oh my god. I think the alcohol lit too much. Alright, let's continue.
While impressive, one of them to prevent what happened next.
I love how I just went into a rant
1425, while the melee over Henderson Field played out, a Japanese recon aircraft spotted the American main force. And while Enterprise's fighters promptly obliterated it, the radio operator had managed to signal Nagumo their location. Zoikaku and Shokaku immediately launched their first wave strikes. 27 G3A Vals and 15 Zeros launched and began flying straight towards the American fleet. But as they made their way out, they noticed 2 SPD Dauntlesses flying towards them. Scouting 6 from Enterprise had now just found the Japanese main force. They attempted to radio back the location. However, due to communication problems, these reports didn't make it through.
Don't get me started.
This wasn't a good situation with all these Japanese aircraft
Please
around,
don't get me
not to
started on
mention
Queen
all the
Elizabeth.
escorts.
Don't.
But being Enterprise
Don't
pilots and not
get
wanting
me
to waste
started.
their bombs, the 2 SPDs decided to have a crack at it anyway, and immediately dived through the hailstorm of AAA onto Shokaku. They released their bombs, but unfortunately they went wide, only causing minor shock damage.
We can't
That said,
afford
it
the
forced 5 of the
catapults.
attacking Zeros to abandon their escort mission to chase them. But while they got the hell out of Dodge, the 2 Japanese fleet carriers launched their second follow-on wave right after the first, numbering 27 more Vals and 9 Zeros. The Japanese had now committed all of their aircraft
Wait,
to
did
battle.
they talk about Enterprise again?
The contest was now, for better or worse, in the hands of the airmen.
Huh?
At the same time, that being 1600, Saratoga's pilots had located Ryuho and commenced their attack. The light carrier, having launched their air wing at Henderson Field, did not have a combat air patrol to cover their group, and thus a veritable hailstorm of bombs descended upon them. Ryuho was torn apart, with 120 of her crew killed, and her flight deck absolutely trashed.
What's the show full display?
Her hangar bays and machinery spaces were ablaze, and it was clear to the damage control teams that she didn't have long. Chuichi Hara gave the order for the destroyers to come alongside for an abandoned ship once the Americans had cleared out. That was 1-0 to the Americans. However, while this was underway, the Japanese were about to make their big play. Enterprise's radar picked up Shokaku and Zuikaku's air group, approaching the task force at 1602. At that point, Enti and Sarah had cleared their flight decks of all aircraft via emergency launch.
Come on,
the SPDs, fully armed with bombs, fled out to the north of the battle area, under orders to search and destroy any Japanese ship in sight. The Wildcats, meanwhile, all 53 of them, were ordered to intercept and destroy the incoming attack. But like with Scouting 6 before, communications were patchy and the vectors infrequent. It was hard to clarify what altitude the attackers were at, as well as their precise line of bearing. So when the engagement began, The Wildcats were abeamed to the Japanese formation at the same altitude, and upon sighting this state of affairs, the Zero escorts placed themselves between them and the bombers. While this put the Americans in an excellent attack position once through the fighter screen, they wouldn't be able to hit the valves until after they had launched their attack.
Oh.
The Japanese dive bombers moved on their targets, but due to their ingress route, they had ended up with the carriers at different instances and angles, and it was Enterprise who was the nearest carrier. Given this, and the heavy resistance from both Flak and the Wildcats, who were even now boring in on them, the entire Japanese air group chose to attack Enterprise. The first section of valves dove in, lining up their target squarely in sight. However, Enterprise's helmsman obviously had something in his coffee that morning. With her aircraft all airborne and at full speed, NT threw herself around like a destroyer. All 9 of the first wave of attackers missed their target, with no damage sustained to any part of the ship. However, the second wave of valves adjusted onto her maneuvers and launched an attack which would very nearly prove fatal. The first bomber, flown by Petty Officer Kyoto Furata, planted a delay action armor-piercing bomb next to the aft elevator, which went right into the bows of the ship, rupturing the hull below the waterline. Thankfully, however, the hull was only cracked and not blown open, meaning it would only cause a slight lift.
This attack synchronized to
the next bomb was dropped by Petty Officer Tamotsu Akimoto. This one smacked into the 5-inch gun battery next to the aft elevator, causing a secondary explosion through the ammunition locker, killing all of the crews in that part of the ship, starting a massive blaze. However, the final and most crippling bomb in terms of operations came from Petty Officer Kazumi Hori, who dropped a 500-pound bomb right on Enterprise's forward flight deck, blowing a 10-foot hole and causing severe shock damage. Seeing these attacks, the other attackers believed that NT was finished and switched their attack to North Carolina. However, the evasive moves, combined with the heavy AA defenses, prevented any more damage. Things were looking bleak. However, it was the heroism of the American damage control teams who saved the day.
We're really gonna do this. We're really gonna do this. Go up. Go up. Go the fuck up. Go up. What the fuck are you doing? Reconnect. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you dare. Right. Okay. Wait. It was somewhere. I'll figure out where we were. The bit where the Japs were like diving. Stop. Bitch, I wanna watch the entire thing. I wanna see it all. I wanna see it all also. Hang on. No, it's not time to go to bed. It's not bedtime. It's not bedtime at all. Unfortunately, there was nothing in it, so, you know. But oh fucking well. I would like that beer, though. Remember, even Quint doesn't drop his shit in the ocean. No, he don't. He doesn't put it. No, he doesn't actually throw it under the water. Doesn't throw it in the sea.
The Americans weren't finished yet, though. A flight of SPDs from Saratoga spotted the Japanese seaplane tender Chitose and crippled her with 2 near misses, causing horrific shock damage to her hull. She would eventually be forced back to Japan for repairs. This ended up being the parting shot, as the second wave of Japanese aircraft were unable to find their target due to the ongoing chaos on their comms and being forced to return to base. The next day, when the Japanese reinforcements attempted to approach Guadalcanal, it would have to do so without the protection of Ryuho or the main body, as both their air groups were horrifically mauled. The result was predictable. The Cactus Air Force, along with B-17 support, savaged the Japanese fleet, with fully laden troop transport and a destroyer being sunk, while the other vessels were strafed along their decks. What was worse for the Japanese is that as their carrier had been rendered inoperable and US air casualties were so low, Enterprise's air group had taken up residence at Henderson Field, and they too joined in the fun. The Japanese, realizing that going ahead was surely to be a costly affair, turned around and withdrew. The Americans had once again blunted the mighty katana of Japanese naval aviation. But Enterprise was looking worse for the wear. Her air group, marooned on Guadalcanal, while some of her fighters had taken up residence on Saratoga, she limped back to Pearl Harbor for much-needed repairs on September 12, 1942. When she pulled into dry dock, like Yorktown, it was a general consensus she would need months in maintenance and a complete refit to be up to scratch. But yet again, due to the shortage of carriers, she was needed far sooner. This situation only got worse, as on September 15th, USS Wasp was torpedoed by Japanese submarine I-19 and sank. This meant Saratoga and Hornet were now the only ships available to keep up the fight. Things on Guadalcanal, meanwhile, were not going much better.
That doesn't
Marine
show
General
itself!
Vandrift was receiving reports that a large Japanese offensive
Enterprise
was
that
being
is
prepared to the
not
west of the
there.
Tanacao River. While the Americans had forced the Imperial Japanese Navy back during the day, they still owned the night. And given that Japanese destroyers and cruisers were capable of high rates of knots, they had formed a nighttime ferry service for Japanese troops, which was quickly dubbed the Tokyo Express.
Yep.
They couldn't ship heavy weapons as the cargo ships were too slow, and they would be intercepted by the Cactus Air
Working out
Force
from a
unless they
boxing
had
match.
cover. But small arms, mortars, machine guns, and light guns could be shipped via the Tokyo Express. It was in this dire circumstance that the Marines at Guadalcanal performed a ritual which is still practiced today, as seen in this clip from BBC's Planet Earth.
And here we see a herd of North American Marines, commonly known as a gaggle fuck. They are currently in the process of performing a tribal dance. Many misinterpret it for a mating ritual. It is in fact the process of summoning the ghost of Chesty Puller, a deity for their tribe.
Who?
This Chesty Puller, though, was not a spirit, but the man, the myth, the legend himself. He had arrived just in time as well. There was a brief lull in the fighting due to bad weather up and down the island chain.
Oh yeah, it was fucking
Both sides used it to reinforce and regroup. The Americans won a small victory against a Japanese surface group at the Battle of Cape Esperance, but other than that, nothing much happened combat-wise. That said, during a nighttime counterattack launched by Japanese troops against the Marines at the mouth of the Botanicau River, near Lunga Point, the Marines were forced to pull back and were on the verge of being overrun. Chesty ordered his men to fall back to the shoreline in order to get rescued by the Navy. At that moment, the only Medal of Honor to ever be won by a Coast Guardsman was earned, as Signalman Douglas A. Munro, having volunteered for this dangerous duty, willingly positioned his landing craft between the Japanese and his comrades, now evacuating the Marines. He then proceeded to single-handedly engage the entire Japanese force with a 30 cal machine gun by himself before being mortally wounded. However, this small action, while massive heroism was demonstrated, was only one battle. Logistically, however, things were seriously moving. The Cactus Air Force now numbered 71 aircraft, while the whole of 1st Marines was now ready to kick some ass. It wouldn't be easy, though, as Yamamoto had arrayed everything in the area against them. Army reinforcements, Japanese Marines, and now the entirety of the Kongo class, as well as Shokaku and Suikaku. Not to mention the new conversion carriers Junyo and Hiyo, as well as the light carrier Zuiho. As my old cadet drill instructor used to say, defecation was about to collide with oscillation. Kongo and Haruna bombarded Henderson Field, while a gigantic Japanese land offensive was launched all along the southern perimeter. On the 24th of October, and over the next 2 days, Chesty Puller's Marines at the 1st Battalion, 7th Marine Regiment, along with their other comrades in 1st Marine Division, fought a brutal close...
You know, this is all great and all, but where the fuck is Enterprise?
...in an occasionally hand-to-hand fight with what was essentially the entire Japanese 17th
So let me know when Enterprise comes back.
numbering 20,000 men. It was during this action that John Basilone won his famous Medal of Honor, immortalized in the TV series The Pacific. But as this horrific scene played out, it would be in the seas just outside the Solomon Island chain, which would be the worst battle. A battle which would come to be known by the US Navy as Bloody Santa Cruz. Over the months straddling September and October, USS Enterprise, with the aid of Pearl Harbor's dry dock teams and the ever-faithful USS Vestal, was back online with her little sister Hornet, forming Task Force 61. And with her came a brand new air group, including a squadron which would go down in history as one of the finest fighter units in the US Navy.
I need a piss.
VF-10.
I need the toilet.
Grim Reapers.
Oh, of course you fucking commissioned that, didn't you?
As well as the
With my
return of Admiral
RPA.
Halsey,
I need
and
the
a new
toilet.
Task Force commander.
I
Admiral
desperately need to
With
go.
the constant movements of naval forces towards Guadalcanal,
Let me
and the
pee,
constant
Animarchy,
pressure placed on the
please.
Marines, as soon
You
as
fucking
Enterprise was able to
communist
sail,
bastard.
she was heading with her little sister down to her duty station when word came down. The Marines were locked in a life or death struggle with a whole Japanese army, and that army was supported by what amounted to the entire
drink some more,
Japanese
maybe that'll
combined
fix
fleet.
it.
As said before, pretty much every Japanese
Fuck you,
heavy
pausing.
was nearby, except for
I can hold it for another like 20 odd minutes. No, wait. 30, I need more nuts. That'll help.
because
I'm gonna
she
be
was
big
just
boy.
too big to fit in the shallower waters between the islands.
God damn it.
TF-61's commander, Admiral Thomas Kincaid, was on the lookout for the Japanese fleet. He knew Nagumo was out there somewhere, waiting to strike, and he had both fleet carriers available to the US Navy with him.
Oh.
If he wasn't careful, this situation could deteriorate fast. He was right to be concerned. While Hiyo was not present due to
What the
suffering a
fuck
fire
is
before
that?
departure,
Look at
Junyo
that.
was steaming towards Guadalcanal with an
Look
absolute
at that.
powerhouse of a surface group
And they thought they were going to
surrounding
win
him,
using that.
comprised of Atago, Takao, Miyoko, Maya, Kongo, and Haruna, along with a substantial destroyer force. Their job was to get a sizable air group into knife fighting range, to pin the Americans while their surface force could close in and wipe them out with superior firepower.
That's the wrong
Following
Congo.
on behind them was the main force, comprised of Shokaku and Zuikaku, Hiei and Kirishima, Chikuma, Tone, Suzuya, and Kumano, with Zuiho providing light carrier support.
That's power from
That's
Chainsaw
3
Man.
fleet
What the
carriers
fuck?
and a light carrier, with enough surface ships of size to eradicate any opposition they faced. It was a simple matter of arithmetic. If anything other than complete tactical surprise was achieved, the Japanese will almost certainly carry the day.
I
And
fucking
if
ain't
any
just
single
recommending
wrong
me do
decision is
this.
made, or even one piece of bad luck befalls them, the entire carrier capability of the United States Navy is wiped out. And if by some horrible twist of fate they get close enough for a surface action, it's goodnight Irene for the entire task force.
Nice.
While the United States had more ships and higher potential combat power, in terms of concentration of force, Japan still held the advantage. And until 1943 comes round with a fully geared up war economy, any losses here would be devastating.
Boo-hoo.
But abandoning Guadalcanal and perhaps losing Australia and New Zealand is equally unacceptable. And as Admiral Halsey was in charge, being on the defensive was not going to happen. And so Kincaid committed to the battle. With scouting flights from both carriers and shore-based Catalinas, the hunt was on. In the early dawn of the 26th of October 1942, Chesty Puller and his men checked their lines and took stock of the aftermath. They had held Henderson Field, and in front of their lines lay the remains of an entire Japanese force. 3,000 men, cut down by the guns of First Marine, with the loss of only 80 Americans. A total victory which would pass into the annals of legend. But out to sea, the vicissitudes of fate were ensuring that balance was maintained. The radar-equipped PBY had spotted Nagumo's main body early in the morning at around 3 a.m. However, due to yet more communications issues, Admiral Kincaid did not get the signal until 2 hours later. As such, when given this intelligence, he assessed quite rightly that the Japanese would have changed position by now and held off launching an attack at dawn. However, had he been aware at how
not
the
really.
Japanese had changed position, he might have
Losing
reconsidered.
Australia wouldn't have
The
cost
Japanese
anything.
had either, by instinct or by luck, reversed course and closed on the Americans, so that by 6 a.m. they were within 200 miles. Given Japanese deckload strike doctrine, allowing them to mass 2 full waves of aircraft within minutes, the greater range and speed of said aircraft, as well as their lethal surface force. Getting into close quarters rendered the Americans at a disadvantage. What would decide the matter is recon. Who would see who first? As fate would have it,
Don't sweat.
They
This
saw
is
each other
200
at the
quid
same
fucking
time.
shirt. Don't sweat.
at 6:45,
Roger
a scouting
sweating.
flight from Enterprise spotted Nagamo's main force immediately radioing its position. 10 minutes later, a Japanese scout spotted USS Hornet and did the same. It was now a race to see who could get airborne first. Both carrier groups rushed to clear their decks of aircraft to launch a strike. While Enterprise's scouts honed in on the transmission to launch a spoiling attack, at 7:40, 2 SPDs from Enterprise's air group, who had been on the scouting mission, arrived over the Japanese formation while they were conducting launch operations. The surface escorts were
better with
putting
the
up
right.
a huge flak screen, while the combat air patrol was prowling around for scouts such as them. Attacking the main body was suicide, but below them on the periphery, they spotted the light carrier Zuiho, launching her own air group. 2 Enterprise pilots decided on full send, and with the lethality they were famous for, deposited 2 500-pound bombs right through the flight deck. Damage control teams extinguished the fires immediately, and the central hits prevented hull damage, but her flight deck was out of commission. But it wasn't going to be enough. The Japanese doctrine, while having limitations in protracted fights like Midway, in pure ship-to-ship engagements, especially at closer ranges, it was lethal. Despite spotting the Americans after they had been spotted, it was their air groups who got airborne first. The first wave of 64 Japanese aircraft formed
Hey,
up in
nuts.
their respective units. 21 Vals, 22 B-5Ns,
Nuts.
and 21 Zeros. They had launched while Enterprise's scouts were making mischief. Once they had gotten airborne, both Shokaku and Suikaku commenced launch on their second waves. 16 B-5Ns, 19 Vals, and 9 Zeros, not including Zuiho Zeros, which had been launched earlier when the scouts had been spotted. By 9 a.m., the Japanese had over 100 aircraft en route to attack Hornet, with a full cap in place behind them. And worst of all for the Americans, those 100 aircraft were formed up en masse to attack in waves, as their doctrine was designed. This fight
How am I cool?
was going to be a brutal one. The US force, meanwhile, was at this time still scrambling to get organized. They had no equivalent to the deck load strike doctrine, and due to the fact that a number of their dive bombers were outperforming recon while they had been caught off guard by the Japanese force's proximity, they decided that hitting quickly was preferable to hitting hard. So both Hornet and Enterprise launched their aircraft as fast as they could, while ordering their pilots to commence their attacks as soon as able. This resulted in small flights of 20 to 30 aircraft proceeding independently to the Japanese fleet with only limited fighter escort, as the main force of Wildcats were forming the Task Force Combat Air Patrol. This posed 2 major issues. The first was the obvious one. It's easier to defend against 3 or 4 smaller attacks spread out over time than it is to defend against 2 really huge attacks back to back. The other was something that all naval aviators of World War II struggled with even under ideal conditions. Navigation across open sea, relying entirely on compass headings and airspeed over time, is incredibly difficult. 1 degree of angle difference exponentially decreases the chance of intercept. And given that we're talking aircraft and ships that moved at high speed, 1 tiny error can lead to the discrepancy in the tens, if not hundreds of miles. If you're spread out into small formations operating independently,
That's true.
there is a higher chance that the navigation variables will conspire against you. Which is exactly what happened. Though it must be said that with so many Japanese ships around the place, everybody at least found something to attack. The Battle of Santa Cruz was well underway now, and in a scene which would be comedic if the fighting wasn't so depressingly fierce, the leading US force made contact with and subsequently passed the Japanese formation, heading the other way. The time was 8:30 a.m., and it was now that the fighters would join the fray. Suiho's Combat Air Patrol had been following the raid on its way to Hornet, and seeing the American formation, they moved quickly to intercept. The Wildcats turned into the attack and knocked down 4 of the attacking Zeros, for the loss of 3 of their own in the subsequent dogfight. However, while half the Japanese fighters kept the escorts busy, the rest dove in on the bombers. 2 Avengers went down, immediately followed by 2 SPDs. 4 more bombers were heavily damaged and forced away. Between Zuiho's fighters and the Combat Air Patrol over the fleet, there was a formidable defense to get through. But the Americans, in their typical way, pressed home the attack. By the time they were on target, only 11 SBDs had made it, and they had selected Shokaku as their prey. The AAA was intense, and the Zeros kept coming, but the Dauntlesses lived up to their reputation and their name. Between 3 to 6 500-pound bombs tore Shokaku's flight deck apart while blasting through the hangar bays and machinery spaces. However, unlike at the Battle of Midway, the hangar bays were empty, and the ordnance that was brought up from the magazine was now attached to the aircraft, making a beeline to Hornet. Shokaku would live. The latter would not.
No!
At the same moment, the Japanese force had been sighted on radar. 37 Wildcats moved to intercept, but the issues that had plagued the Americans during the Battle of the Eastern Solomons struck them once again. Communications were patchy, vectors inaccurate, and altitude uncertain. Only a few of the Wildcats would manage to get into attack position prior to the Japanese bombing runs commencing. However, those that did gave a good account of themselves. Several VALs were shot down, while others were severely damaged, including the raid leader, Lieutenant Sadamu Takahashi. But 16 VALs and 20 B-5Ns made it through unmolested and commenced their attack. During their transit, a patch of bad weather had made its way into the battle area, blanketing USS Enterprise in a rain squall, obscuring her from view. Meaning that the only capital ship the Japanese flight could see was the wildly turning USS Hornet. The entire Japanese air group descended on her. The flak was biblical above the US task force, knocking down Japanese aircraft left and right. US fighters even followed the Japanese into the attack, suffering friendly fire in a vain attempt to stop them. But it wasn't enough. 3 bombs struck Hornet square in the center of her flight.
What old anime movie was it?
2 armor-piercing bombs detonated in the center of the ship, tearing up her interior and causing severe shock damage, while the other hit was a HE bomb, blasting a huge hole in the flight deck. There were severe casualties on Hornet, but the damage was manageable. That was until the torpedo bombers came in. The 20 B-5Ns had come in underneath the valves, evading the American Combat Air Patrol.
I did
The
touch
anti-aircraft
mans!
fire was murderous. Like their opposite numbers at
I'm not
Midway,
fucking savage.
they were slaughtered on the way in. However, the defensive screen was not as dense as it had been on Kido Butai, and their attack was synchronized with that of the dive bombers. The flight released their torpedoes on time and on target. Hornet swerved to evade and succeeded in dodging a few, but she couldn't dodge them all.
She got fucked!
2 long lance torpedoes, the deadliest
They're not
in the
long
world, as we
lance.
know, smashed into Hornet's
They're
engine
not
space.
long lance!
The hull cracked open
Stop
immediately like
saying
an
they're
egg,
long lance.
as the shock ruptured pipes and then shattered the propulsion system. Hornet slowed to a dead stop almost immediately as her insides began hemorrhaging, leaving her stationary for Warrant Officer Shigeyuki Sato. Sato had been in the last wave of VALs. The American gunners had thrown up a wall of shrapnel between them and the Hornet, and some of that shrapnel had hit his engine, setting it alight. With only seconds left on his aircraft's life, he decided that he would use those seconds to the fullest.
Banzai!
As Hornet steadily ground to a halt, Sato aimed his VAL right for the island, with the rage-filled scream of a warrior
Banzai!
administering the death blow like the samurai of old. He pushed his stick
Banzai!
forward savagely,
Banzai!
and dove straight into his target. USS Hornet's forward smokestack disappeared in a flash of flame, as burning aviation fuel sprayed all over, setting the ship afire, including into the interior of the ship due to the hole
Enterprise
in
is
the
like,
flight deck.
you know, like in the anime where like the main character is like the protagonist is like in a dream sequence, like where the fuck am I? And then like the secondary characters they're like trying to fight for their life against the enemy, like fuck it now, I can't hold the ball off. That's what it's like. Enterprise is right now and they're very like, what is going on? I do like some flowers. Or it's like, dying.
Damage control teams went to work and were managing to bring her back to life with the aid of the escorts and their fire hoses. Hornet's fires were extinguished and the emergency power was being restored. USS Northampton arrived on station quickly and began the process of towing her,
But she was fucked.
but time was not in their favor, as the Japanese still had more aircraft incoming. Enterprise, meanwhile, had since emerged from the rain squall and was now recovering her aircraft.
Oh.
Hornet had been doing the heavy lifting attack-wise up to this point. However, NT's Avengers and SPDs had come very close to sinking Chikuma, battering her with multiple bomb hits.
Well, that's
The Grim
great.
Reapers, meanwhile, were doing
Close
their best.
checking
And
out.
the technical issues in the Combat Air Patrol's interception were making life very difficult for them. It was then that the second wave of Japanese aircraft arrived,
What's up, my deck buddies?
interrupting recovery operations for the first wave of aircraft, resulting in a lot of US pilots having to ditch alongside their escorts. That, in turn, would result in the sinking of USS Porter, as the Avengers torpedo, still on board the aircraft, ran into the ship after the...
It's just pretty much the entire Pacific War at this point. It's not even Enterprise, it's just the entire Pacific War. Pretty much.
ditch. Meanwhile, the second wave of Japanese aircraft could now see Enterprise, and as Hornet looked done for, selected her for an attack. Once again, the Wildcats of VF-10 attempted to intercept, and once again, they only just managed to get into position after the Japanese had commenced their bomb runs. Nevertheless, they managed to shoot down 2 of the dive bombers before they started their attack. The other 17 would have to be halted by the gunners. Lieutenant Keiichi Arima and his pilot, Petty Officer Kyoto Furata, led the attack and planted their bomb on Enterprise's forward elevator, severely jamming the mechanism in the up position. Another one of Arima's men managed to get the other bomb just aft of the island, while a near miss caused shock damage to the outer hull. It was then that the torpedo bombers arrived on scene and began lining up at different angles for a concentric attack. The Grim Reapers, though, were now organized and on station and spotted them, and immediately sent 3 of them down in flames, while a 4th was heavily damaged. That one launched a kamikaze strike on the USS Smith, severely damaging her and setting her ablaze. However, she wouldn't sink due to the captain being an absolute mad lad. He sailed into the wake of the battleship South Dakota, now going at flank speed to evade the incoming aircraft, and the spray of the massive blades churning the water doused the flames aboard USS Smith and saved the ship. The torpedo bombers, meanwhile, pressed their attack, but the Americans managed to evade all of their weapons and blasted most of them to pieces with AA at very close range. The attack was foiled, and things began to come back under control. But at that moment, a third wave of Japanese aircraft appeared.
Uh-oh.
Junyo, having heard the fight going on, had turned about from their vanguard position and steamed back with all haste, getting into range to launch her first wave.
Hello
she
there.
duly did so, resulting in the arrival of a third wave of attackers, taking Admiral Kincaid and the Combat Air Patrol completely by surprise. Nevertheless, everyone aboard the US ships was on high alert, and the storm of anti-air that faced them caused devastation in their ranks. But the Japanese airmen pressed the attack on Enterprise, causing minor damage with their many near misses. But while their physical threat was negligible, it was this attack that broke Admiral Kincaid's nerve. Realizing that Japanese attack waves come in pairs, he had done the math that another force would be coming presently, which may spill over into another attack from Shokaku and Suikaku. With Hornet out of the fight and in dire straits, while Enterprise was wounded and busy recovering aircraft from both her air group and her little sisters, they were in no shape to continue the fight. Wanting to preserve his battleship and his remaining carrier, Admiral Kincaid ordered his forces to withdraw, leaving Hornet and Northampton behind.
To get
It would be the last time Enterprise saw her little sister. The Japanese were indeed preparing their final strike, but their casualties across all of their air groups had been catastrophic. Of all the senior officers launched from Junyo for the follow-up attack, only one returned. He raved incoherently about flak and fighters raining from the skies, of entire formations wiped out. It wasn't an exaggeration. Despite having done so much damage, the Japanese had lost 90 aircraft, along with most of their experienced flight crews. These were losses they couldn't hope to replace in short order. That said, there were still aircraft and pilots left. Junyo and Shokaku launched their remaining air groups for a final attack to wipe out the American fleet, to ensure their emperor a victory. When they arrived at 1520, however, there was no fleet to be found. The enemy had turned tail and run.
Cowards!
But they had left behind a wounded carrier with a cruiser desperately trying to tow her to safety.
Oh, poor Hornet.
Hornet had evacuated everyone except essential personnel in order to conduct damage control to try and save the ship. They had restored emergency power and were working on getting the engines back online. There was hope. That is, until they saw Junyo and Shokaku's air groups.
Bonjour, mi amigo.
With deliberate precision, the B-5Ns under the command of Lieutenant Ichiro Tanaka lined up for a simultaneous torpedo and level bombing strike. And sure enough, both a long lance and a rain of bombs
Long lance.
tore Hornet asunder.
Long lance.
With emergency power knocked out, the pumps rendered inoperable, and the engines permanently disabled, there was nothing else that could be done. The Japanese were closing in with surface ships, and more bombers would definitely arrive before the sun sets. USS Hornet's crew abandoned ship, picked up by her escorts. By midnight, the Japanese would find her, and realizing she had no value, her enemies tore her apart with a barrage of torpedoes, plunging her to the seafloor.
They were literally point blank, just pew, pew, pew.
The Battle of Santa Cruz was over. Enterprise limped away from the scene damaged.
Although that would have been... Could you imagine if the Japanese had captured Hornet over the back? That would have been fucking mental. That would have been horrific. They should have
Her
done that.
dearest friend, US
But they weren't, because they were too far away. There's no way they fucking could have done it.
USS Vestal was even now preparing repair crews to get her back into shape. It was then that she received the news. USS Hornet was gone. Her little sister was dead.
Mm.
She was now the last surviving ship in her class.
Mm.
But at least they had stopped the Japanese attack. At least they had stood them off once more. But it wasn't enough. Soon after the battle, reports had begun arriving that more and more troops were landing on Guadalcanal via the Tokyo Express, and that the full might of the Congo class would once again lead a convoy down the slot to begin a final operation to seize the island. Enterprise was the only carrier in the Pacific left.
Mm-hmm.
Her sisters were dead. Her fellow task force members exhausted and beat up. Her countrymen, the Marines who were in her care, were doomed to face annihilation. All of her sacrifices, all of the blood, her sisters' lives, all of it would be for nothing. No. This wouldn't stand.
For the enemy is strong. He may hurl back our forces. Success may not come with rushing speed, but we shall return again and again.
I mean, at this point, Akagi's dead, but I mean, it's the only thing that can very work with it. Unless you did have the scene in which fucking she was in the ice episode. Hello, Alvin. No, she was the only carrier in the Pacific at one point. Which is crazy when you think about it. The whole of Thingy versus fucking Japan. Revenge served hot. I wonder what that's gonna be. I wonder what he's gonna say there. No, it is, because there's a bit in my book. I want to read a bit from my book. Just take a moment to read from my book, because yeah, the ale dub was so fucking shit, bro. There's a bit in it about little sisters. Ugh. Got it here. Here we go. 1948. 11th December 1941. The captain on board the battleship looked at the news he had just received in his quarters. His mouth was agape, ready to say something, but no words were formed. His reaction was of a complete shock, and he looked around his room for a moment to take the bad news in. "Is it true?" he asked the man who delivered the message. "Did it really happen?" The messenger nodded at his superior. "Officer." He did not know how to react to his commanding officer's state. The captain looked over the message again. Unfortunately, he had not heard the bad news until later on. As he did not listen to the news reports. The whole crew did not know what had just happened the previous day. "Get the ship's crew ready when we're all back from shore leave," he ordered the man. "I'll address them on the news later." This is the 11th of December, by the way, guys. 22:30 hours. "What do you think is the captain is going to tell us?" one young lad asked as they had waited in the mess hall. "Oh, he'll probably tell us about the refits that our ship won't be done in time and send us home for the year." "Maybe," he replied, "but we'll just have to wait and see." Suddenly a sound came over the loudspeaker as the captain addressed the ship's crew. His voice was composed and he took no time to get to the point as his voice boomed throughout the ship. "It is with great regret that I inform you that the battlecruiser HMS Repulse and this ship's sister ship, HMS Prince of Wales, have been sunk when they were under air attack by the forces of Japan." And then it cuts. "What did you say?" King George V asked. "What did you just say?" "It's true," the destroyer told her. "I just received the message now that Repulse and Prince are..." "You're lying," she called out. "They're both smarter than that. They wouldn't be sunk by an air attack. No one possesses the technology to do such a thing." "But they both did," she told her, trying to get the message through. "They have been sunk, and there was nothing they could have done about it." "No!" King still protested as she denied it. "I know them both. I told Prince to run away if she was to get into trouble ever." King found it hard to accept the fact her friend and her sister, Repulse and Prince of Wales, were now at the bottom of the ocean. She had known Repulse for some time and grew to like her, but the death of her sister was the hardest blow. King George V couldn't hold back the emotions any longer, and just let them all slip out. And then Duke of York. I love the character of Duke of York. Duke of York is a fucking amazing character in the book. Like, I made her an amazing character in the book. I made her a bitch. That's why I love Duke of York. It's really something else. Because she purposely winds up Prince of Wales just to piss her off. Duke of York said nothing against the wailing of her sister. Now was not the time for words to try and comfort her sister. She didn't hold Prince in high regards, but she was her sister, and she was going to make her enemies pay. Starting with the people who were responsible for starting this war. And then... chapter 29, it's about thingy. It's about the evacuation of Singapore, then this, then Tokyo Bay, September 2nd, 1945. And then, yeah, it's really great. Fucking hell. This bit! I wrote an entire bit because I completely forgot to put sync, so I just wrote a whole lot. That's actually funny. So yeah. So my book's going to be interesting. The issue is that I'm currently... It's not writer's block, it's more of a block. A situational block. Because I didn't write everything down. Because the book has three stories, you're following three perspectives. You're following the captain's perspective, the ship's perspective, and one of the crew members' perspective. Unfortunately, it's split. As in, the captain's and the ship's perspective is in one document on Word. But the crew members is completely separate because I knew it needed to be worked on. Because I had to get the crew members down perfectly. And the issue is, because I did it in a separate file, I know where the file is. I'm just worried I might have lost the file, so I don't bother. So I'm like, I'm not going to bother looking at the file because I don't want to risk losing it. So that's why the book is actually You know, I've put it off for years. I will get back into it. What do you mean you hate those books? What the fuck? Bruh. Anyway, I'm going to get me a drink and go on to part 2, part 3. No, it's different perspectives, that's why. So, because obviously if I just took the story of it being, thingy, it would have just been weird, of the boat. And it would have been a lot shorter. The book would have been a lot shorter, but it had to take different perspectives because it explains everything. Like, it explains everything. But you're following the same story because they're on the same ship. That's why. So, a bit like Jaws, because in the book Jaws, you actually follow the perspective of the shark. The shark's a character in the book, and actually the first chapter is from the shark's perspective. And some of the various death scenes are from the shark's perspective, and then sometimes it goes to the character's perspective. So that's actually interesting. But I had to go. But it was also because I wanted it to be perfect, because there's so many stories, and it's amazing. 8 months of history crammed into one book, and you'd be very surprised what happened in those 8 months, like the stories, and you'll read through and you'll be like, is this true? And then it turns out it actually is true. Because I got my information from several sources, several books, one biography, 2 autobiographies, several naval history books. Yeah, so I kind of know what I'm talking about in the book. After all, I am the #1 probably historian on Prince of Wales, like ever. Like, I'm #1 fan. There were people who claimed to be like #1, and then basically they came across me, and they were like, okay, compared to you, I'm #2. I'm not #1. And I was like, damn straight, bitch, you stupid woman, get back in the kitchen. Alright, good night, John. I'm just gonna... Yeah. On to the next part of thingy. Hey! This looks like it was from... What's that fucking thing called? Fred's! Haha! No. Not history books in the sense of fictional history books. That's what I'm doing. Not. They will be facts. They'll be, like the film Midway, basically. Because I can't be asked for sources, and I don't really want to write a book that's sources. And I wrote a dissertation, and, ba ba ba. Ba ba ba. Who was it that said to crush it like coin? Cheddar. Springfield rifle stuck under some girl's bed. Is it a froggy? Oh no, not this again. Is this Battlefield 5? I don't know that. Maybe it's Battle Station specific. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. What do you think, Bruce? No. Get that goop. Get that Jap. So. I don't have blind judge. Look at the size of the shark. Does it look like a fucking blind judge to you? Does it? No. It's too small. But I love it. An IKEA shark. It's not an IKEA shark. How long is this intro? Holy shit. How long is this video? Fucking hell. How long is this right now? Let's make replay there. Alright. This is gonna take forever. Ah! Okay.
USS Enterprise stood alone.
Is she now?
She was the only aircraft carrier the US Navy had in the Pacific Theater.
Ah.
Her sisters had fallen.
Oh no.
Her surviving comrades were either cobbling together a defense around Guadalcanal or protecting the convoys crossing the Atlantic, keeping their allies and expeditionary forces alive, while they slowly rolled the Germans back across North Africa. In fact, even as her dearest friend, USS Vestal, and her long-suffering crew of mechanics and Seabees were getting to work repairing her, a large amphibious operation began in what was then called French West Africa, codenamed Operation Torch, with the goal of finally encircling and destroying Rommel's deadly Africa Corps, which had been making life exceedingly difficult for the better part of 2 years. However, of even greater concern was the advance of the Japanese. The Battle of Santa Cruz had been extremely costly for both sides, but it was clear that the Americans had come off far worse.
Did they now?
Losing Hornet was a devastating blow, both materially and psychologically, to everyone concerned. But thankfully, the crew and most of her...
Taco, who are you in the server? Discord server, who are you in the server? I'm interested.
aviators had survived, and many of whom
You do know I have a
were even
Discord
now
server.
aboard
Everyone
Enterprise
watching it
regrouping.
knows that, yeah?
And as a
No,
result
it's
of
been
being
in
the
my
only
Discord
carrier
server.
still in harm's
Okay, no,
way
no, no.
against the advancing
Shame.
Japanese, the crew aboard Grey Ghost hung a sign in the hangar bay.
Someone invite them.
in
or
bold
someone,
letters it
anyone,
proudly read,
in server.
Enterprise
invite people to
versus Japan. Overall, though, the situation was not looking good.
What the fuck
Uncle
is going on in
Sam's
my server?
misguided children had managed to hold off against the advancing Japanese Army and Navy landing forces, and they had done pretty well up to this point. But until new Crayon Crusaders arrived from Paris Island, manpower was going to be limited, while the lion's share of supplies were heading to support the aforementioned Operation Torch. Meanwhile, the Tokyo Express was bringing in reinforcements to the Japanese garrison on the island, who were now reorganizing for yet another offensive to take Henderson Field. Their previous assault had been a bloody failure, being brutally repulsed by Chester
Yeah,
and his
long
men,
videos,
resulting
yeah.
in the loss of half of their force. But with the advantage of having lots of forward bases nearby, a squadron of fast destroyers able to run down the slot in one night, as well as a military tradition reminiscent of a marketing strategy for overpriced miniatures,
What is your duty? To serve the Emperor's will. What is the Emperor's will? That we fight and die. What is death? It is our duty.
manpower wasn't much of a problem. What was a problem was firepower.
Let's see what this does.
Due to the fact that the Cactus Air Force,
I'm
in
gonna blow
typical
a
Marine Corps
fuse.
fashion, violently assaulted anything with a red circle on it. This unfortunately included Royal Australian Air Force aircraft on more than one occasion, hence why we changed our roundel to the one without a dot in it.
No.
Honestly, when taken as a whole, actually, the Marines kind of remind me of this TV show when I was a kid. It was called The Big Nights.
The height of 2 men,
What
the
the
weight
heck?
of 4, the strength of 16. Sir Boris, finest swordsman in the world, and his brother, Sir Morris, not the finest swordsman in the world, but the most enthusiastic.
Yep. A small...
The shit I used to watch was fucking different, bro. The shit I used to watch fuck's this shit? No.
If you're in trouble and you need someone to help you out, there's no need to whistle.
This is shit I watched.
There's no need to shout.
Hey, 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 help is on its way. Koala brothers, Koala brothers, Koala. You know, this is what I thought Australia looked like. This is what I thought everyone in Australia lived in. I thought they lived in this shit. So I thought, when someone said, I just come from Australia, I just think, wow, they live in a shack in like the middle of a fucking desert with a plane. That's cool, bro. That's cool, bro. So yeah. That's the kind of shit I watched when I was younger. I don't know what the fuck Animarchy was watching, but then again, Animarchy's like 59 million years old.
Full cadre of professionals leading a group of mentally challenged but highly enthusiastic killing machines. They are a menace to civilization, but they are our menace, and I ask you, where would we be without them? Anyway, where was I? Ah yeah, Marine aviators. The Marine aviators in question kept blasting ships that sailed down the slot during the daylight hours. And the Japanese had finally started to learn that fighting Marines head-on is not an intelligent move, and that they would fight just as hard as their most zealous of troops. Worse still, they had problems of their own. While the Americans had been losing ships they couldn't afford, at least in the short term, and suffering heavy casualties on land and in the air, dislodging the Americans from their positions on Guadalcanal would take more than the resources they had on hand. Without heavy artillery, air support, and a lot of armor, their chances of winning this fight were practically zero. The Army High Command, therefore, petitioned Yamamoto to get a task force together to clear the way for a convoy. This convoy was to be filled to the brim with the heaviest equipment they could muster, in the hope that if they could get their gear onto the island along with some ammo, the Tokyo Express could then get the men there to use it. It would take the bulk of their available surface force and all of the air power available in the region, primarily coming from their bases on Rabaul, with a smaller contingent from the aircraft carrier Junyo, which was hanging around. But, in keeping with Japanese doctrine of decisive battle, the idea was to focus all of their combat power in a single hammer blow. If this succeeded in defeating the Allied naval presence in the region, they could then use their warships to obliterate Henderson Field and gain air supremacy, paving the way for a massed assault to retake Guadalcanal. Yamamoto readily approved of the plan. Given the loss of Carrier Division 5's air wings, as well as the destruction of his light carrier forces, he had to operate within the range of his land bases anyway. And removing the Americans from Guadalcanal would seriously improve their position in the region, even if it meant detailing assets to support the army, something which all Japanese naval officers despised doing. There was also the other factor, though, to consider. The factor which every nation that fights the United States has to contend with. They were on a time limit.
Oh, they don't bang.
The Americans have enough logistical and material capacity to...
Oh. Oh, never mind. They got it. Also, by the way, they can speak frog.
Swamp Japan. In fact, they were already beginning to do so. After the reversal at Midway and the loss of Guadalcanal, they needed to score some victories and secure a perimeter while keeping their forces
this is going
alive.
on forever. Come on.
They had gotten off to a good start as they had defeated the Americans at the Battle of Santa Cruz. What they needed to do now was capitalize on that success and regain the initiative. And so, Admiral Yamamoto put his plan into motion to do exactly that. As November 1942 began, the 7,000 men of the 38th Infantry Division boarded their transports as the heavy equipment was loaded into the cargo holds. Artillery, tanks, trucks, heavy mortars, and all the food and fuel they would ever need. 11 fully loaded heavy tonnage cargo vessels, packed to the mast, as Imperial Japan was not exactly known for the consideration of its soldiers' well-being. So, yeah, it was standing room only on this bitch. There were no do-overs at this point, no take-backs. They would either prevail or perish.
Oh.
And Admiral Yamamoto knew as he pondered his shogi board,
Dun-dun.
failure here would doom any hope of going on the offensive in the future. And not only that, without a position of strength, they wouldn't have any hope of negotiating a
Who the
peace.
fuck messaged me on
And in a war against the United States, that only ever has one ending. A funeral pyre for his empire.
Hey, we
So
went to
everything
war with
he
the
could
Americans
provide
and
to
we
this
kicked
offensive,
ass.
he would.
I mean,
The
second
Solomon's
time,
Island
but-
channel was too shallow for the flagship.
Say it. Say it.
You thought I was going to do it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Don't worry, though. She'll come back for her last hurrah in Part 4. So anyway, without Yamato and Masashi, it would be the Congo class that were going to lead the charge, and they were going to be under command of Admiral Hirooke Abe.
Yep.
The flagship of the task force would be the battleship Hiei, flanked by her sister ship, the battleship Kirishima.
Yep.
They would be joined by the cruiser Nagara and a destroyer flotilla of 11 ships. And leading that particular flotilla was the Yukikaze, the luckiest ship in the Japanese Navy. With the destruction of Hornet and most of the battleships being still at the bottom of Pearl Harbor, the odds were in their favor.
Boat.
Or so it appeared. But there was one issue with this plan. The same issue there always is with Japanese plans. A secret plan only works if it's, well,
A secret.
secret. And thanks to the intel basement dwellers on Oahu, in the hypo room, this plan was not a secret. Admiral Chester Nimitz and his subordinates were viewing the intelligence reports while gazing with trepidation at their maps. Admiral Halsey, now back in action, was in his normal mood of wanting to sail directly to truck with his entire surface force in order for him to challenge Yamamoto to a one-on-one fistfight on the docks. But given the situation in the aforementioned super battleships lurking in open waters nearby, such a course would not be advisable. Even so, with the intelligence that the Japanese were getting ready to mount a serious effort once again to try and take Guadalcanal for one last time, it was decided that if the enemy wanted to force a decisive battle, the Solomons were the place to do it. After all, their carriers were under refit and resupply, while the super battleships can't engage here. With the Cactus Air Force to offer air cover during the day, and the new US battleships equipped with radar sets to handle night fighting, the equation was far more balanced than their previous surface engagements. In any case, Chesty's boys needed reinforcing, and so from every source they could draw, more Marines were rounded up, contained, desexed, and dog-tagged for our safety. And even more amazingly, the Army were following on behind with their heavier gear, as well as their own air group. As with Midway before, it was determined that should the Japanese attempt to take the real estate they paid so much for, it would cost them an incredible amount of interest. And the worst part for the Japanese is that all of this was done in advance of their departure. Once again, the Americans had set a trap, and they were ready to meet their foe on even terms. But I don't think either side had any idea just how badly this was going to go for everybody involved.
Oh my god! That was Girls and Panzer. Operation Bumpy. Fucking... That was Girls and Panzer, that music,
As
then
the
I just
newly arrived
realised.
Devil Dogs dug in alongside their GI brethren, for as we all know, apes together are strong, the Japanese task force had put to sea. The battleships had been issued with special incendiary fragmentation shells. Similar to how modern cluster munitions are designed, their purpose was to critically damage aircraft and light vehicles while igniting munitions and fuel storage. Perfect for bombarding an airfield. The Japanese, still convinced that all was going to plan, or all according to Kaikaku, for those of you who are indulgent in weeb memes, proceeded down the Solomon's Island channel. However, after today, that Solomon Islands channel would earn a different name. Iron Bottom Sound.
I'm done. No for Bookie. No, Fubuki, why? Fubuki, no! No, Fubuki! No! Ugh. Oh, shit.
Alert, but given the track record of battles in these Pacific waters, you have all probably worked out how this is going to go. But believe me, calling what's coming up a mere shit show would be like me calling the American Civil War a slight disagreement over domestic policy. This is more of a septic tank through a steam turbine scenario. As the 12th of November was coming to an end with a glorious Pacific sunset, an American recon aircraft spotted the Japanese task force, radioing its position, which was immediately reported to the American task force commander, one Admiral Daniel Callahan. He immediately ordered his force on an intercept course. Sailing in column past Henderson Field, his force consisted of 2 heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, and 8 destroyers. His flagship was the San Francisco, while the other cruisers in the formation were Portland, Helena, Juneau, and Atlanta.
Yes.
But despite appearances,
Bonds.
those cruisers,
Fucking
they aren't the true heavy
bonds.
hitters. For with him, he had one ship.
Laffy.
One beautiful, magnificent ship, who we shall meet at the most opportune
South
moment.
Dakota.
Though leading the destroyers was none other than a lead ship in class,
Nothing.
USS Fletcher.
Fuck.
Given the balance of forces, as well as the fact they had the speed advantage and prior knowledge of the Japanese position and radar,
Yeah.
it would seem that the Americans were in place for a sneaky nighttime ambush.
Okay.
But alas, Grand Admiral Murphy of the JAG office was well and truly present. What can go wrong will go wrong. And tonight, this guy was head of the prosecution. Admiral Callahan, despite having all of the aces up his sleeve, did not brief his senior officers of a plan, nor did he establish a concrete standard operating procedure for their rules of engagement, which meant that he would have to coordinate the operation completely on the fly via micromanagement, or simply rely on the captains of each ship to take a leaf out of their aviation colleagues' book and wing it. And they were to do all of this.
There's no
in the
Enterprise
middle of the
again.
night.
Enterprise is fucked
But wait.
off again.
He's not done. The Americans, with the newer cruisers and destroyers in the formation to support the older ships, should have constant range and bearing updates to plan around. As I mentioned, they have radar. Problem was, for whatever reason, Callahan had the radar-equipped vessels at the back of the formation
I already know
instead
this.
of the front.
I already know
Again,
this.
plan was, American naval radar is actually outstanding and it has great range, so it would still give them an edge. It's just that they've lost 20 minutes of situational shoddy and all-around terrible from this
Got it.
perspective, and the only ones having problems. Admiral battle plan in confined quarters at midnight with a timetable to keep.
Right. Here we go.
Now, it must be said here again, the Japanese surface fleet until the latter stages of the war were some of the finest sailors of their day. Their training and discipline was matched only by their ferocity. It's why when the US Navy got into a gun range, 9 times out of 10 it was the Japanese who prevailed. It's ironic that, considering that the Japanese were in fact the ones to pioneer carrier aviation to what we know it as today. But alas, in such a conservative traditionalist society, the fleet faction won out. But as we know, that traditionalism was no match for the changing of the times. The Allies as a whole were modernizing, using technology to augment their forces as part of a steel not flesh policy, which is why Allied casualties were a lot lower than all the other major combatants like the Japanese, the Soviets, and the Germans.
Japs.
While the
Slinky-eyed
Japanese
bastards.
primarily focused on training and proven methods. This is a really fine balancing act, but when you match that technical superiority with the raw industrial might of the United States, you create something that's nigh on unstoppable. The Japanese vessels did not have much radar to speak of, if any at all. They relied completely on night sights, spotlights, and basic communication, as well as extensive nighttime training drills for night battles that the Japanese crews were well proficient in. But it doesn't change the fact that they were attempting to conduct a complex night operation under near radio silence in confined waters. And when it couldn't get any worse, they hit a rain squall. The Japanese split up into multiple little groups, thereby breaking that formation entirely. They don't have a formation anymore. This was a terrible situation. And then, say it with me now, ladies and gentlemen, it got worse. Through the darkness as they broke out of the rain squall, the lookouts on Hiei noticed shadows in the distance, contrasted against the dark indigo horizon. Meanwhile, on the USS San Francisco, Admiral Callahan had been getting panicked reports from his radar operators about Japanese ships that had popped up out of nowhere. Due to the myriad of blunders on both sides, the two groups were, in naval terms at least, right on top of one another. Admiral Callahan didn't believe the radar and wanted to clarify the range. They couldn't possibly be this close. He was originally planning to cross the T of the Japanese formation, but there were not one, but several groups of Japanese ships moving independently. Abe, meanwhile, had a different problem. He had no issue engaging the Americans. In fact, this was a great opportunity. Problem was, his battleships were configured for shore bombardment with the special cluster munitions, not armor-piercing and high-explosive for gunfighting enemy ships. If his rounds were to be fully effective, he'd have to pull the heavies back to reload, which would put the Nagara and her destroyers in a really tough situation. After giving it some thought, he decided to do what almost all Japanese commanders do.
Banzai!
When in doubt, attack, otherwise known as default aggressive. The Japanese turned into the Americans and advanced. Seeing this, Callahan ordered his ships to do complex maneuvers to match the Japanese ships. But due to not having briefed his commanders the night before on what their roles or even their designations were, no one had a clear idea what was happening, and so the US formation broke up just as the Japanese formation had done, with the American ships moving to meet the Japanese ships in their own little groups. All the while, on both sides, the captains of these vessels were frantically sending signals to their respective commanders, asking, "Please, for the love of God, let us shoot!" And both sides gave orders to hold fire. This continued until both formations were now intermingled. You heard me correctly. The lead US vessels had to evade in order to prevent collision with the Japanese ships. The distances to targets were now 3,000 yards. What we had was a Mexican standoff while in the middle of the Solomon Islands at 1 a.m. on November 13th, 1942. It was then that Abe made his move. He had closed the range in order to envelop the American formation, while simultaneously ensuring that his main guns, armed with the special frag ammunition, had the best chance of doing critical damage. Hiei spotlights flashed on, illuminating USS Atlanta at point-blank range.
Rip Atlanta.
Oh, shit. Ute! Shells began flying from the Japanese ships at the Americans. This initial volley was followed by a barrage of torpedoes. Atlanta's superstructure was immolated, while a torpedo shattered her engineering section. She came to a dead stop, adrift and burning, unable to retaliate against the swarm of enemy ships around her. She would sink later that day.
And there's a bit of history missed out. Atlanta was able to get shots at the Ayanami. I believe Ayanami. No, at Akatsuki. She was able to get shots off. So she was actually able to get shots off. And then she went dead in the water. And what happened was that, because she was dead in the water, she was drifting. And at this point, the American admiral was hanging back in San Francisco. And he's like, right, there's the Japs. And then he sees this ship drift in front of him. He's like, that's a Jap ship. Open fire at it. And he fucking kills the vice admiral. He kills his second in command. And he fucking started shooting on the wrong vessel. Oh my god, despite him being like, we're friendly, trying to signal they're friendly, and he just kept firing. Oh god. And that's why it's, yeah.
Meanwhile, the Americans instinctively returned fire at the nearby Japanese ships. The destroyer Akatsuki, which was the lead vessel that illuminated Atlanta, was the nearest target, and it was currently lit up like a Christmas tree. What amounted to the entire American cruiser flotilla and the lead destroyers fired on her all at once. Akatsuki took a hit in her magazine
Blew up.
and exploded in a ball of flame,
Yep.
which lit up the surrounding area. Marines on Guadalcanal saw the fight in progress. Robert Leckie was among them. His recount is shown briefly in the TV series The Pacific. That huge explosion in this scene is most likely the Akatsuki. She was quickly followed in this fate by the US destroyer Cushing, who had been the lead ship and was now in the middle of the entire Japanese formation. She got blasted by all the Japanese ships in range. Coming to a dead stop, completely crippled, she kept firing her guns until her main power failed. She too sank later that day. All the while this was happening, Admiral Callahan kept giving confusing orders. He ordered odd ships to fire starboard, and even ships to fire port. The only problem is he hadn't briefed anybody on which ship was which, and who they were supposed to be shooting at. He then gave course orders, which no one could follow because no one had any idea where they were anymore. Their formation had basically ceased to exist. And thus, everyone just swirled around in a melee, trying to work out what to do, while shooting everything they had at whatever target they could find. This was the kind of fight the Japanese had trained their whole careers for, and they soon started to gain the upper hand. The American sailors weren't their equal here, and what's worse, they would very soon be within katana range. It was then that the worst-case scenario appeared. Out of the darkness, a huge bank of searchlights illuminating targets for her massive guns, came the flagship Hiei. Abe was tearing towards USS San Francisco, which he had identified as the biggest ship and obviously the command ship, given where it was in what was left of the American formation. It was then something incredible happened.
Dakota?
A battle cry yelled from the darkness. A more ferocious call to arms than any samurai could muster.
Dakota.
Alright, chumps, let's do this! USS Laffy! The destroyer USS Laffy closed in between the cruisers and Hiei, getting within, and I shit you not, 20 feet of the Japanese battleship. So close that not even her secondary guns could track the destroyer. Laffy unleashed everything she had. The barrels on her AA guns and her 5 inches nearly melted, while men on the decks were firing with machine guns and rifles. It wouldn't surprise me if they even had bayonets on. Hiei's superstructure was obliterated. Admiral Abe was wounded as his chief of staff was instantly killed by shrapnel from Laffy's assault. But as with the meme that inspired the opening of this paragraph, Laffy's colleagues, seeing her dive into the maelstrom without fear, decided, screw it, we'll all go in too. The American destroyers went full send and closed in on Hiei, firing everything, while the cruiser squadron fired on her as well over the heads of their comrades. Hiei's crew, though, realizing that there was nothing to be done about the destroyers as they were inside minimum torpedo range, decided to kill the American flagship. While all this was going on, Hiei pummeled San Francisco, killing Admiral Callahan, while other Japanese ships tried to cover their own flagship, blowing Laffy to pieces. However, Laffy has a spirit that never dies, and we shall see her again. In the chaotic firefight that followed, San Francisco hit Hiei's engineering spaces, flooding them, while she herself was dismantled shell by shell. Then long lances started flying, crippling or outright obliterating American ships. They tried to fight back, sinking the destroyers Amatsakaze and Udachi, while damaging almost all the other vessels. But they were simply outmatched. Kirishima joined the fray, crippling 2 of the destroyers.
Actually, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. He's wrong again. Fuck's sake. Udachi was not sunk. Udachi wasn't destroyed. Udachi was still in the fight. Right? Udachi lost power, but she was still afloat. And what happened was that they decided to try and make a makeshift sail on Udachi on the mast with their bedding to try and make a sail to try and sail away. Like, they were trying to get the fuck out of there. And what happened was that they Udachi was actually evacuated, so it was minimal Q. And then I think they completely abandoned her. And then the Americans turned up and saw her afloat. And they said, "Sing son of a bitch," and then they sunk the Laffy. So that's what happened. So yeah, you got the long lances right this time.
While Nagara and the other destroyers wrapped back around. And it was at this moment, this very moment, for the first time that night,
clearly, Laffy fucking
that
he
both
actually died.
sides had a moment to breathe. The Americans were down to USS Fletcher and USS Helena, while the Japanese actually had
Helena
most of their
sucks.
force still able to fight. But Abe, now receiving medical attention, was faced with a dilemma. Due to the surface action, he had expended a lot of his ammunition, as well as a lot of time. He could push on to Henderson Field, but that would mean shelling the field with only one battleship instead of two, as Hiei, his flagship, was now dead in the water. Not to mention that should preparations not be made immediately to launch recovery operations, it would be broad daylight before he could get his forces reorganized. And then there is the convoy coming down the slot behind him. If the surface force he just destroyed is dead, the airmen from Rabal and Junyo should be able to cover them as Atago and Takao can bring the convoy in. If he regroups with them along with Kirish...
And I'm gonna make me a cup of tea. Cause I need a cup of tea. I need a cup of tea. Burn. Ow. Burns like a bitch. There we go. Right. Let's get back to watching.
Hiroshima, he should be able to assert total surface dominance in the area. Admiral Abe, despite only having 2 American ships in his way that he could easily sink, decided that he was not equipped to take out Henderson Field, and thus he ordered his force to withdraw.
Pussy fam.
Once again, with victory so nearly in their grasp, a Japanese surface commander pulled back. They stand to learn something from their aviators. Rule 2 of the Dictabolkas clearly states, once an attack is begun, you must see it through to the end. But then again, the man had just taken a bullet to the shoulder in the middle of a horrific close-in firefight, which cost him several ships and all of his ammo. Plus, he had absolutely no idea if the Americans had more ships, because, you know, no radar. So I tend to cut this man a bit of slack, unlike a certain other admiral. As the sun rose, the aftermath could clearly be seen, with multiple burning hulks littering Iron Bottom Sound. Portland was still listing and burning. However, upon sighting remaining Japanese destroyers, she fired what guns were still operable, while evacuations took place on both sides. Hiei, meanwhile, was under tow to safety. Yamamoto had ordered the convoy to regroup with the surviving vessels from the previous night, which meant they had to delay their run down the slot in preparation for making a night landing. However, they had failed to hit Henderson Field, their primary objective. Damage control teams aboard Hiei were struggling to restore power. Admiral Abe requested air support to cover the convoy from the Cactus Air Force, who would almost certainly now be on their way. Junyo, the carrier who was at sea 200 kilometers north of the islands...
Holy shit. I want to show you guys something. Back home, what's going on? This is a live thingy, right? Look at this. What about there? She's moving about a lot. She is. Must be very windy wherever that is. But as we can see, the tide is in and high, and it's forcing water back. I've got a boat currently here. Hope to Christ that she'll fucking survive. She sank once already, so that's what we're worried about, her sinking again, because the weather was very similar to this when she sank. So we'll have to see. Hopefully she won't sink. Hopefully.
Scrambled her entire fighter force, as did Rabal. An entire wing of Zeros took station above the crippled battleship as she limped back to Truck Lagoon. But they wouldn't be enough, because the Marines
Here she comes.
were not the only ones hunting them.
Enterprise ready? Engage!
Bruh, you had to use a dub, didn't you? You had to use a fucking dub. Bruh.
Let's go.
The Grim Reapers descended on the Zeros. They had expected attacks from the Cactus Air Force, and they had weathered an attack from B-17s earlier in the day. What they hadn't reckoned on was USS Enterprise. The dogfight was relatively even, with casualties on both sides, but given the loss of Carrier Division 5, between VF-10 and the Cactus Aviators, the Japanese pilots were outnumbered and steadily pushed back, leaving the way open for attack pilots to do their work. Shiny brand new TBF Avengers rolled in on the target. Hiei was crippled and unable to maneuver. Even so, she desperately tried, managing to evade all but one torpedo, which slammed into the main torpedo blister. The dive bombers likewise struggled to hit their target, dodging the second wave of Junyo Zeros while diving in. But 3 500-pound bombs from Enterprise's SBDs managed to flood Hiei's steering gear before they beat a hasty retreat. But the sturdy Congo class was still afloat, and as the dust settled from this opening salvo, the Japanese frantically worked to keep their ship alive, pumping the steering section and getting Hiei properly underway again. Admiral Abe, given the circumstances, ordered Captain Nishida to beach the battleship, but Nishida told him to go fornicate himself with his ceremonial sword, and that he was going to save his ship. He still had some air cover, though limited, and his engineering teams were getting the ship back to running condition. All they needed to do was to make it to the protective envelope of the air cover between Rabal and Truck, while being out of range of the Cactus Air Force. It wasn't an impossible task. At least it wouldn't have been, if not for the Grey Ghost. As the Japanese damage control teams finally got the steering repaired and the engines running, the lookouts began screaming the alarm. Under the depleted fighter screen, on the deck, at full power, with absolutely no fear, Enterprise's torpedo pilots thundered towards Hiei. 6 TBF Avengers in attack formation, lining up their shot. Escape was impossible. All the Japanese sailors could do was watch in horror as the long silvery wakes of torpedoes tracked towards them. The Zeros dove in at the last moment on the attackers, but it was far too late. 2 torpedoes slammed into Hiei's side. She was listing, and therefore these didn't hit the armor belt, but the waterline.
Ask Congo.
One in the aft quarter, and the other one once again into the stern, wrecking the steering compartment completely. After all of their hard work to save it, the crew's efforts were undone in a second. But the ordeal wasn't over. With the Zeros chasing the retreating torpedo planes, they weren't able to respond to the follow-up attack from Enterprise's Dauntless pilots, and they did what they did best. Bombing and strafing Hiei, emptying their guns into the superstructure and the bridge. Captain Nishida, even with bullets whizzing around him, remained at his post, refusing to take cover. He had fought valiantly. He had served as the Admiral's flag officer and ship commander. He had faced his enemy in mortal combat to the death. He would not run from this. But Admiral Abe had strict orders from Yamamoto. Hiei was to be abandoned but not scuttled. She was to serve as a distraction to the American aviators in order to draw fire from the approaching convoy. The crew was to be evacuated to the destroyer screen. However, Abe knew that Nishida wouldn't do it willingly, so he did the only thing an officer in the Imperial Navy would have to answer to. Admiral Abe put the order to abandon ship in writing and sent it over in a cutter with his adjutant carrying it. Nishida, upon receiving it, was seen to be stoic but despondent. This was his ship. But orders from Yamamoto carry the Emperor's will, and he was a Japanese officer sworn to follow those until death. He gave the order to abandon ship. Battleship Hiei would sink, taking 188 men of her crew to the bottom of Iron Bottom Sound. Captain Masao Nishida survived, but he took a staff job, bitter at the loss of his ship. And sadly for the Japanese, that sacrifice was in vain. Realizing that Hiei was a doomed ship given how much damage they had done, Enterprise and her marine colleagues had received reports of the transport convoy now approaching. Every single aircraft and every ounce of ordnance they could muster was brought online. Both NT and Henderson Field launched their entire force. Light was fading fast, and they had spent so much effort on Hiei they couldn't let a second go to waste. What followed was a massacre. Rabal was at the top end of the Solomons Island chain, while Junyo was still about 150 kilometers north of the islands. Their air groups had put up a good account of themselves earlier in the day, They were, after all, still the finest fighter pilots in the world at the time. But as with their adversaries in the RAF, the problem with being one of the chosen few is that you keep getting fewer. And unlike the rest of the combatants in World War II, the Japanese pilot training programs were kept at their pre-war standards until things got properly desperate, and it was far too late. And even then, they didn't have either the aircraft or fuel reserves to properly maintain what high training standard regiments they did have. As a result, replacements did not keep up with their losses, and those that did make it still had the same attritional conditions as their more experienced senpais. The fact was, they just didn't have enough planes or pilots, and they were operating at a much higher range than the Americans. For the rest of the 13th of November and throughout the 14th, Enterprise and the Cactus Air Force flew sortie after sortie against the incoming convoy, and it was bordering on cold-blooded murder. The Grim Reapers and the Marines overwhelmed the Zeros, while SPDs and Avengers sent enough ordnance downrange that if you lined it up, you could probably walk to the convoy from their base at Henderson Field. 6 of the transports were sunk, while 1 more was heavily crippled, leaving only 4 of the transports to continue on. Most of the tanks, artillery, ammo, and most crucially of all, food, for the forces on Guadalcanal, were consigned to the depths of Iron Bottom Sound. Even so, the remaining men and equipment had to get through to keep the campaign alive. It was hoped that maybe they could keep the garrison going long enough to get another convoy through later in December. But as night fell on the 14th of November 1942, those dreams would be dashed. As the Japanese forces approached Guadalcanal to land their troops, an American surface squadron had arrived to reinforce the survivors of the previous night's engagement. The battle to come seemed to start exactly as the first one had. The Japanese, with a complex formation of multiple ships moving ahead of the convoy, managed to close in on the Americans, despite their superior radar. In the opening stages of the battle, they demolished the destroyer screen, sinking the 4 ships in it outright. However, unfortunately for them, there is a reason why they call it a screen. Charging through the gloom, 2 huge shapes came into view. Kirishima, along with Takao, Atago, and the destroyers, led by Iron Army, illuminated the lead ship and saw the USS South Dakota, a battleship armed with 9 16-inch guns. The Japanese reacted just as the Americans had reacted to Hiei last night. Oh, shit! As soon as the illumination came on, a barrage of 5-inch fire smacked into Iron Army in the superstructure, setting her ablaze immediately. The Japanese returned fire, pummeling South Dakota with everything they had. But for some reason, the guns on South Dakota weren't firing. But they had just taken fire. Where did that fire come from? Something weird was going on. It turned out that the chief engineer aboard USS South Dakota had been troubleshooting an electrical fault, and as such he had disabled the breakers. However, this had one problem. If a surge happened, it would start a series failure and trip the safety on the electrical system. Which it did. And as he had disabled the breakers, it ultimately meant that this would shut down power throughout the entire ship. Which it did. South Dakota was defenseless, which then, again, begged the question, where the hell did that 5-inch fire come from? As Takao and Atago laid into the target, Kirishima was firing her secondaries while reloading her main battery. And in all of this chaos, they had forgotten. When they were approaching, there were 2 shapes moving on them. Not just one. Oh no.
Washington.
At that precise moment, Admiral Ching Lee, 5-time Olympic gold medalist in marksmanship and certified stone-cold badass, ordered his ship, the battleship USS Washington, to open fire with a full broadside of all 9 of his 16-inch guns at a distance of 9,000 yards. Kirishima did not stand a chance. With South Dakota's sailors cheering them on, Washington blew the Congo class apart like it was nothing. The analysis of Kirishima's remains several decades later showed so many hits it more resembles a scrap heap coral reef than a shipwreck. With the loss of their battleship, the Japanese turned tail and withdrew, scuttling Iron Army as they went. Though US losses were heavy, it would turn out to be a resounding victory. With the knowledge that 2 full-sized US battleships were tearing towards them, the remainder of the convoy ships beached themselves in the Japanese-held area of Guadalcanal, in the hopes of offloading their gear. But as the sun rose, they found out that the Americans had been watching them the whole time. The Marine artillerymen down the coast blanketed the area in 105 shells, while the Cactus Air Force launched wave after wave of aircraft at the poor bastards still trying to unload their gear. The coup de grace, though, came as the destroyer USS Meade arrived on scene and blasted the transports with a withering barrage of 5-inch, rendering them flaming funeral pyres for the campaign. They hadn't had time to get their equipment off the ships, and so all they had achieved was to deliver 2,000 men without food, weapons, or supplies to an already starving garrison. The arrival of Enterprise and her detached battleship escorts had quite literally decided the Battle of Guadalcanal. And once again, Enterprise had made history. She was the first to sink a fleet-class-sized vessel, the first to sink a full-sized fleet carrier, the first to sink multiple carriers in a single engagement, and now she had scored the US Navy's first kill on a battleship of World War II, and the first battleship sunk by the US Navy for over half a century. Enterprise just can't be stopped. In the Japanese camp, meanwhile, there was a sickening realization. Both the army commanders and Admiral Yamamoto knew. The Battle of Guadalcanal was lost. So the question was now how to get their troops out alive for use in future battles. At the rate things were going, they were losing 50 men a day due to starvation, malnutrition-induced disease, malaria, and all the issues an unsupplied army suffers from. But the situation was even worse than they feared. Submarines and long-range recon aircraft had spotted large American troop movements, bringing what seemed to be an entire division of troops to relieve the now exhausted Marines who had fought a campaign that would go down in history as a legend. Even worse still, US Navy reinforcements were inbound, which included, of course, USS Enterprise. They were against the clock and knew it. In December, Emperor Hirohito authorized a complete withdrawal of Japanese forces from Guadalcanal by February, utilizing the Tokyo Express to make night runs to and from Rabaul to establish a new defensive line further up the Solomons. Problem is, of course, to get everyone out on time, they were going to need to make runs during the day as well, which, as you recall, is a very bad idea. So they had to achieve air superiority of some kind, or at least air parity, to keep the Americans busy and off base enough to give them some breathing room. Operation K was its name. The objective simple. Throw enough air power at the Cactus Air Force and US Navy to keep them busy in order to get the troops away via the Tokyo Express. As always, though, the Americans were listening. But for the first time in a long time, they completely misinterpreted the intelligence. Halsey and the gang read the Japanese build-up in the area as a sign of a renewed offensive, and thus threw everything they had into the region in order to draw the Japanese to a battle they could win. A troop convoy was dispatched in preparation for a renewed landing, along with a reinforcing surface group full of cruisers and destroyers, augmented by escort carriers and supported by the Enterprise Task Force. The Japanese spotted the convoy escort force on the evening of January 29th.
No.
While intelligence sources reported the departure of the troop transports. Fearing that these were troops being brought to take advantage of their weakness instead of the defensive force they actually were, Rabaul scrambled their bombers to interdict them near Rennell Island. 2 torpedoes slammed into her machinery spaces, bringing her to a dead stop almost immediately, while killing a number of the crew. During the chaos, the Japanese beat a hasty retreat, their job done for the evening. But rest assured, they'd be back tomorrow. Chicago was taken under tow as the Americans recovered their composure. Enterprise, as a result of this, was ordered to link up fully with the formation and integrate the Grim Reapers into their combat air patrol to cover them all the way to Guadalcanal. Throughout the next day, January 30th, Japanese recon aircraft circled the various American task forces, tracking their movements in preparation to launch strikes in the afternoon. But every time they had tried to get precise locations, Enterprise's fighters chased them away. Even so, bases on New Guinea scrambled bombers, and 11 G4M Bettys made their way towards the US ships. At 1540, Enterprise's radar picked up the formation, along with the lead scout aircraft, and scrambled its alert fighters. The Wildcats turned in towards the bombers, which appeared to be heading towards the carrier group. However, their true aims became apparent. The Bettys turned in on the wounded USS Chicago and her escorts, aiming to finish what their comrades from Rabaul had started. But this time, the Grim Reapers were waiting. As the bombers lined up their attack run, the combat air patrol descended on them. There were no Zeros to cover them, and as such, the Americans committed fully to the attack. The lead scout of the formation was sent down in a ball of flame, while the alert force of 10 Wildcats dove in on the attackers through their own anti-aircraft screen. 2 more bombers went down into the sea before they could deploy their torpedoes. But the attack run had been perfectly timed to evade the beat of the combat air patrol. However, it would cost them their lives. The remaining aircraft released their weapons, which began heading towards their targets. Having carried out their duty, all that remained was their fate, which the pilots of VF-10 helped them meet presently, tearing the unarmored Mitsubishis to shreds, scattering their wreckage across the surface of the water, along with the men inside. But their mission was complete. A full volley of torpedoes slammed into USS Chicago, while an outlying torpedo heavily damaged USS La Valette. The cruiser was doomed at that very moment. Her crew abandoned ship as the wounded destroyer limped away. The sinking of this ship took a whole squadron of bombers and their crews, but their psychological impact was far more important. Due to the increased air activity across the board, as well as this successful attack, American forces pulled back into the Coral Sea in preparation for what they suspected to be a new Japanese offensive, allowing the Japanese to successfully evacuate from Guadalcanal and bring their naval forces safely back into their air defense umbrella. By February, the first major American campaign in the Pacific was over.
Guadalcanal was a mess.
And while it wasn't a decisive victory, it was nevertheless an incredible one. And it would not have been possible without the brave men aboard the U.S. Navy's finest lady, USS Enterprise. Now it was the time to turn to a new offensive north. The Japanese had to be fully pushed out of the Solomons and New Guinea. However, to the north, storm clouds were brewing. A typhoon of Nippon steel was preparing to put to sea. Carrier Division 5 had re-equipped, and new carriers were entering service with combined fleet. The world's 2 largest warships were based in an anchorage akin to a fortress, staring down the world, daring all brave enough to do battle. And island after island had airfields being constructed, defended by thousands of battle-hardened soldiers, ready to die for their emperor rather than surrender. Enterprise, scarred by constant battles since the beginning of the war over a year ago, stood alone. Her hangar deck still bearing that sign, Enterprise versus Japan. It seemed that again, once more, she would stand as the free world's only protector in the Pacific.
Hey, Enterprise!
Whoa. Sex. Sex. Only sex, ain't it? Sex.
We've got it from here. I'm Essex, the first of many and full of fight. I'm Intrepid, defending our legacy.
Ow. My ears.
Bunker Hill. Never surrender, never sink.
Ticonderoga, on the seas and in the sky.
right from the heavens.
Lexington 16, forging the future.
Task Force 58!
And at that point, Japan was fucked. Pretty much. Task Force 58 rolled in. I don't think a single one of them sank.
With the arrival of the Essex-class carriers, Enterprise finally got a chance to return for her refit. On the 27th of May 1943, she returned to Pearl Harbor, where Nimitz honored her with the first ever presidential unit citation awarded to an aircraft carrier in United States naval history. Her air group were detached and sent back to the mainland for special training, while Enterprise herself was sent to Puget Sound Naval Yard for refit up to modern standards. She needed extensive overhauls to repair all the battle damage she had suffered from her valiant service.
Holy shit.
It was so bad that Vestal and a crew of Seabees had been aboard her, keeping her afloat all the way back to Pearl Harbor. Improving her defenses was therefore, obviously, the nation's fast carrier task force, designated Task Force 58. And to give you an idea where we're at, this is a picture of what Task Force 58 looked like in 1944. Just look at it. Military-industrial complex go...
I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8, 38s, 9, 9, 10 Mac 10s, the shits never end.
Enterprise's first combat action after her refit was in support of retaking Macon Atoll by the 27th Infantry Division from November 19th to the 21st. The brand new F-6F Hellcats with their multi-role capability proved to be outstanding at close air support. Unfortunately, though, the invasion was a bit of a fiasco. Japanese submarine I-175 managed to penetrate the ASW screen and sink the escort carrier USS Liscombe Bay with a direct hit to the ammunition storage hold, detonating the ship and killing 644 men, while the amphibious operation was a victim of bad intelligence, getting stuck on reefs and sandbars and not discovered during the initial invasion reconnaissance. Nevertheless, the Americans managed to take the island after defeating the 400-man garrison, but the price was a costly one. But Enterprise came into her own during the aftermath of this operation and proved her new capability. On the 26th of November, a wing of G4M Bettys launched a night attack on US Task Force 50.2, attached to the invasion force. Enterprise scrambled its fighter squadron on the alert status, VF-2. In command of VF-2 was the legendary Navy ace Butch O'Hare. The fighters were vectored onto the oncoming Japanese formation, and spotting them against the dark indigo sky, commenced their attack. Several bombers went down in flames, while the remainder unloaded their defensive guns at the black shapes in the gloom, and thought it was returned to base only to find themselves one man missing. And it was the unthinkable.
Butch O'Hare died.
The man who failed to return was Butch O'Hare. It's assumed he took critical damage or was killed outright by return fire from the bombers, as no shoot was seen or radio call made. He simply vanished and was never found. But war does not leave time to mourn, and Enterprise was the only night-capable strike weapon the US Navy had available. And they needed her for a mission which a year ago would have been near suicidal. So, you remember that massive fortress garrisoned by the 2 biggest battleships ever built, surrounded by hundreds of AA guns, 5 airfields full of Zeros, and enough soldiers to successfully police Chicago? Yeah. Truk Lagoon, Japan's fleet base in the South Pacific and target number 1 for US air power in the region. But now Enterprise had night capability. And moreover, she had an entire battle group of younger sisters in the Essex class, eager to lay waste to their enemies. And so a plan was drawn up by Nimitz to finally neutralize Truk Lagoon. The operation was titled Operation Hailstone. On February 17th, 1944, Enterprise, Essex, Intrepid, Bunker Hill, and Yorktown II, along with their escort carriers, moved into position. Between them, they had 500 planes and a plan. In the early morning darkness, the first wave of fighters launched, followed by the TBF Avengers, led by Enterprise's bomb group. After getting airborne and forming up, the entire strike force dropped to wave-top height, flying at under 100 feet all the way to the target. Japanese radar was not as sophisticated as the sets used in Europe or the United States, and as such, they had no raid warning until lookouts sighted the raid approaching the target. The Grim Reapers, upon this moment, punched their engines and gained height above the bombers, while the Avengers moved in on the Japanese airfields. The Zeros on alert tried to get airborne, but only the aircraft on immediate standby managed to get up. Of the 300 Japanese aircraft based at Truk, only 80 managed to launch. The rest were incinerated by Enterprise and Intrepid's Avenger pilots, who blanketed the airfields in cluster munitions and incendiary bombs. As the Zeros turned to engage the bombers that had hit their airfield, they were set upon by the Grim Reapers, along with their colleagues from the other 4 carriers. The new Hellcats had huge engines, 650 cal machine guns, and pilots with hundreds of hours on type in training. The older A6M2s and A6M3s were already too slow to keep up with them, and even in the most favorable conditions, they would have had a hard time beating them. In this situation, just after takeoff, no altitude, no speed, no warning, no chance. The Americans hit them again and again throughout the day, with almost the entire air garrison of Truk being wiped out with the loss of only 4 Hellcats. The Americans had achieved air superiority over the target, and now they intended to use it. The airfields, having been suppressed, were finished off in the second wave, leaving the lagoon completely helpless against the systematic dismemberment that was about to take place. Luckily for the Japanese, they had recognized the vulnerability of Truk since the loss of Guadalcanal and the Solomons, which led them to withdraw Yamato and Musashi to their anchorage in the home islands. But the unfortunate fact was that this base had the majority of their infrastructure in their outer defense perimeter, and as a result, a large contingent of their transport shipping still transited through Truk regularly. The Americans launched multiple raids throughout the day, sinking over 200,000 tons of shipping. 2 cruisers, 4 destroyers, 3 auxiliary cruisers, 6 auxiliary support vessels of various types and purpose, and 32 merchants. This was on top of over 250 aircraft, all of the base infrastructure, and 4,500 personnel. But the most impressive fact of all of this? Well, due to their ability to operate at night, the later strikes were exclusively conducted by Enterprise, representing the first radar-guided night attack by carrier-launched aircraft. The pilots of USS Enterprise would claim a third of all the ships sunk during Operation Hailstone, while the Reapers took a similarly hefty toll on the Zeros, the highest individual score across both categories among all of the carriers present. The next few weeks would prove frantically busy for Enterprise as she, along with her fellow carriers, sailed through the Caroline Islands as part of Operation Cartwheel, the ongoing campaign to encircle Rabaul and finish the Solomon Islands campaign once and for all. She launched strikes on Peleliu, Yap, Ulithi, and Wolyai before sailing to support amphibious landings in New Guinea. It was a busy couple of months, but she executed her duties with the same lethal efficiency she always displayed. And it was then she was ordered back to the forward replenishment base on Majuro Island in the Marshalls to stand by for an upcoming offensive. Task Force 58 was to be the primary striking force in support of a campaign to take the Marianas Islands and to liberate Guam. And at the core of this operation was the island of Saipan and its airfields. Taking this island would give the Americans a base from which they could operate a brand new aircraft they were developing to strike the Japanese home islands. And there were quiet rumors in the upper levels of the Pentagon that it was also intended to carry a secret weapon. The Japanese, likewise, were committed. This was sovereign Japanese territory, their territory. Allowing the enemy to take it would be a dishonor to both the Army and Navy, and it was one they could not accept, especially the Navy, who after their Pyrrhic victory at Santa Cruz had failed to halt the oncoming American threat and allowed their commander-in-chief, Admiral Yamamoto, to be assassinated by the enemy. They had to be stopped here. Combined Fleet had a new armored fleet carrier, the Taiho. They had Yamato and Musashi. They had Kongo and Harada. But most vital of all, they had Carrier Division 5, Shokaku and Zuikaku, who were both freshly equipped with new air groups. And that was just the capital ships. The light carrier force of the Imperial Japanese Navy was still very much in play. But the fact was that Japanese pilot losses had been horrific, and unlike the Allies, their reserves of trained manpower was much lower than the required number of replacements. The naval aviators of Combined Fleet were a shadow of their predecessors, but that was of little concern. The Kantai Kessen, the decisive battle, was once again upon them. This was their last chance to blunt the American offensive. If the Americans took Saipan, they could strike the homeland, their emperor. They must be stopped here. They must go this far and no further. Combined Fleet under Admiral Ozawa put to sea. This would be the decider of his country's fate. History would come to know the upcoming showdown as the Battle of the Philippine Sea. But that's not its true name. The name of that battle was granted to it by the aviators of USS Lexington. CV-6 was, while Saipan and Guam were very and it had started service, at least in limited numbers, they were scattered in smaller groups. Wave began launch operations on the now empty flight decks. Taiho, the flagship with Admiral Ozawa on board, was leading the second wave with her air group, and as such she was into the wind, sailing straight and true.
Could have, like,
one after another, a total
so
of
much,
42 aircraft lifted from her decks, quickly followed by aircraft from Shokaku and Zuikaku. They were completely unaware that the submarine USS Albacore had been stalking the formation for the past 2 hours and had gotten inside their ASW screen. Failures in her targeting computer meant they had to aim by sight, but they had gotten close enough that it really didn't matter.
She's probably
a full spread of 6 torpedoes began their run against Taiho. 4 of the torpedoes were wide, leaving only 2 to do the job. One of the last aircraft that had launched from Taiho, however, spotted the launch, and in an act of incredible bravery, dove his aircraft into the path of one of the torpedoes. But ultimately, one weapon made it through. And of all the places to hit, it hit the one place on a Japanese carrier that will kill it. USS Albacore's last torpedo smashed into Taiho's hull, directly underneath the aviation fuel tank.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
While this on the surface did not seem fatal, as it had done with the carriers of Kido Butai, the enclosed hangar decks, and the excessive number of watertight bulkheads, all the way up to Taiho's armored flight deck, meant that fuel leaks and gasoline vapor spread flammable material all throughout the ship. So you now have a bunch of enclosed spaces filled with a fuel-air mixture, which is on a ship that is operating both weapons and performing aircraft maintenance. And that maintenance is performed with things like welding torches and generators. Taiho exploded, completely destroying the ship along the length of the flight deck, killing 1,650 men. Admiral Ozawa, being on the bridge, survived, and so along with his staff, he immediately transferred his flag to Zuikaku in order to keep track of the battle.
He did stop the one that he flew. I think he did. I did see another video, and someone said that he did stop it. So yeah, this is his most recent one. What is his most recent videos he's done? He hasn't done one in a long time, has he? What's his most recent video? F-16. It's just a music video, isn't it? Yeah, it's a music video. And then this is about some Polacks, Wagner Group. That. The video made to CarryCon, that was, yeah, that backfired. Wow, that is crazy. 9 months ago. Crazy to think that. Anywho.
Though I have a feeling at this point he probably wished that the explosion had incinerated him, as the news he was receiving was nothing short of disastrous. As the drama at the Japanese fleet played out, the Americans were in complete control of the situation, though it was a tense one. The second wave that Taiho had initiated was now reaching their radar picket line, a raid count of 107 aircraft. This time, though, the Hellcats were airborne and intercepted them head-on, 60 miles away from the task force. 50 cal tracer arced through the sky, drawing lines of death as the naval aviators smelled blood. The enemy was in their sights and at their mercy. However, no mercy would be shown. Of the 107 aircraft in Wave 2, 70 were shot down before they even saw the US carrier group. The remaining 30, knowing their fate was sealed, disregarded reason or sanity and dove headlong through the defensive AA screen at the nearest carrier they could find. The ship they found was USS Enterprise. But if you think she was going to stand for this, you are gravely mistaken. The Grey Ghost made highly erratic evasive turns. Her hangar bays being empty meant she almost took flight herself. One torpedo exploded in her wake and no hits were scored. Her gunners, meanwhile, did not miss their mark, sending several of the attackers down in flames. The remaining Japanese aircraft tried to hit the USS Princeton, but were gunned down by AA fire before they could even get close.
Should we just skip
107 Japanese aircraft attacked Task Force 58 in Wave 2.
It's just too long.
Only 10 made it back.
It's just too long. It just goes on.
The damage they had inflicted
again and again and again. It
was
goes
nil.
on. Doesn't stop.
As the first flights of Hellcats landed, Alex Vrashu hopped out of his cockpit aboard Task Force 58's flagship, the Lady Lex, and he was received with a hero's welcome. He saw Admiral Mitcher looking down on him from the bridge catwalk,
and he spat on him.
He grinned and held up 6 fingers. At that moment, a correspondent asked him to hold the gesture and snapped this iconic photograph. An image which became the symbol of the battle, as well as giving the battle its name. As while Lexington's pilots reported their incredible scores, one of them was heard to say, "Hell, it's like an old-time turkey shoot." Meanwhile, back at the Japanese fleet, another US submarine was stalking closer to its prey. While USS Albacore had made its attack and drawn the destroyer screen towards them, USS Kavala had used the chaos to close in on the biggest target in the formation.
Shinano.
Shokaku was just finishing up her evolutions from recovering the survivors of the attack against Task Force 58, and was now in the process of rearming and refueling them. At that moment, a full spread of torpedoes slammed into her starboard side. Once again, the enclosed hangar decks proved fatal, as the torpedo which hit the bow shattered the aviation fuel tanks while cooking off the aircraft being rearmed. This started a chain reaction along the ship, eventually hitting the munition storage, which went up like a fireball that rapidly began burning out of control. Eventually, after a few minutes, the vapor from the ruptured fuel lines reached critical temperature and ignited. Shokaku exploded, killing 1,253 men. 2 of the 3 fleet carriers the battle began with had been lost. All that remained was Zuikaku and an assortment of light carriers. But a carrier without an air group is just a boat. And by the end of the day, their air groups would be gone. The third attack wave of Japanese aircraft was intercepted further out from the American task force than the others by a wing of 40 Hellcats. The Japanese lost 7 planes in the initial pass, and upon realizing they could not get near the enemy task force before losses became critical, they wisely chose to abort their mission, meaning that they would survive to return to what was left of Kido Butai. The fourth wave, though, would not be so lucky. The fourth wave had been given an incorrect heading to the American task force and got lost. Being split up and disorganized, they decided to return to the base on Guam. As they did so, though, a contingent of 18 aircraft once again stumbled across none other than USS Enterprise. However, her combat air patrol was up, and the Grim Reapers spotted them first. They would go on to shoot down 9 of them before they could even start their attack. The surviving 9 aircraft, realizing that that was a bad idea, switched their focus to Wasp and Bunker Hill, but scored no hits. Only 1 of the 18 attackers managed to escape, but the American fighter pilots weren't done. They realized the amount of damage they had done to the first two waves, and thus detailed several flights of Hellcats to sweep Guam's airfields in case any stragglers diverted to land there instead of the carriers. And they did this without realizing that the fourth wave had aborted there. And so as the remaining 49 Japanese aircraft entered the landing pattern, the Americans jumped them. 30 of the Japanese planes, 30 F-1 carriers. And the worst part of all for them was, as night fell, Task Force 58 moved into attack position. The battle wasn't over. But amazingly enough, it was then that the Japanese themselves finally had a stroke of luck. After the devastating losses they had suffered, Admiral Ozawa decided to reposition his carriers west and launch attacks from his air groups that he assumed were safely on the ground at Guam. He had no idea that they had already been destroyed. This meant that when the Americans went looking for where the Japanese had been, they were long gone. Almost the whole day went by when a scout from USS Enterprise finally found Kido Butai. The problem was they were approaching the limit of strike range, and given it was 14:30 or 2:30 p.m. when the report came in, that gave the Americans only one chance to hit the Japanese before operations would have to be concluded. Mitcher ordered a full-scale attack with multiple waves to launch in sequence. The first wave of 226 aircraft, 95 Hellcats, 54 Avengers, 51 Helldivers and 26 Dauntlesses, took off, formed up, and headed to the target. It was then that a frantic message came through from Enterprise's scout. Their range calculation had been incorrect. The Japanese were actually 60 miles further away than they thought. Mitcher immediately cancelled the subsequent waves of aircraft, but not wanting to lose this opportunity to counterattack, he ordered the first wave to continue on mission. Zuikaku's Combat Air Patrol, 35-0, as the over 200 American aircraft from Task Force 58, intent on delivering the final knockout blow to the Japanese Navy. Stopping them was not going to happen. As such, the only thing they could do was dive in and try to take down as many of the enemy as they could. But with 95 Hellcats between them and the bombers, it was never really going to pose a true threat. The Combat Air Patrol was swept aside as though they weren't there, clearing the way for the Avengers and dive bombers to hit their targets. Enterprise's air group was in one of the leading elements. Seeing the other flights breaking off to hit different targets, VB and VT-10 split off between the ships. The Avengers zoned in on Ryuho, dropping their bombs. However, they only inflicted minor shock damage with near misses from their main bomb load. The dive bombers, however, had better luck. They had chosen the biggest target and the current flagship, Zuikaku. Near misses caused shock damage to her hull as well, but one bomb managed to hit the flight deck and detonated in the hangar bay, starting fires. But fully aware to the danger and light on aircraft, she did not suffer the same fate as her sisters. Her neighboring carrier Hiyo did not. A flight of Avengers from USS Bellewood slammed her with torpedoes and bombs. Like the other carriers before, the same fatal flaw doomed the ship. A fuel-air explosion detonated the hull, setting her ablaze, rendering her dead in the water, ultimately leading her to sink stern first. The Japanese ships had begun to evade and scatter, managing to avoid serious damage other than superficial hits. But with the loss of Hiyo, Taiho, and Shokaku, along with the entirety of the fleet's aircraft, the battle was now done, and no one could deny the scale of the Americans' victory. They had destroyed the entire Imperial Japanese Naval Air Service for less than 40 aircraft, and minor damage to South Dakota. But in a twist of fate, the Americans would end up balancing the score themselves. Due to the miscalculation of range when the attack was launched, it became clear to the aviators and the flag officers of Task Force 58 that a large number of the strike package would not be able to return to the fleet and be forced to ditch. Worse still, they had attacked at sunset, meaning those landings would be night landings, something only the Enterprise aviators were really trained to do. At 20:45, the first American aircraft began arriving, running on literal fumes.
They said they hated it.
Knowing that their pilots wouldn't be able to see, they made a risky but necessary tactical decision.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the lights of Task Force 58 flashed on. All the carriers lit up like Christmas trees, while all the surface warships began firing star shells to bring the raiders back home. A radio call went out for all returning aircraft that restrictions on landing protocols were completely lifted. If you can find a carrier, just land on it. We'll sort out who belongs where tomorrow. This led to a tense situation where 2 aircraft tried landing on Enterprise simultaneously, but miraculously, they avoided crashing and were successfully recovered. Aircraft from all over the fleet ended up on every single open flight deck, to the extent that half of Enterprise's landings were from other carriers, while her flight group ended up scattered across all throughout the carriers in the fleet. This organized chaos took place all over Task Force 58 in one giant scramble to get aboard. But despite these frankly Herculean efforts, 80 aircraft still ended up ditching, with 3/4 of the crews being rescued. Sadly, however, some aircraft crashed on landing due to running out of fuel, while others went down unseen by air-sea rescue, costing the aviators aboard them their lives.
I hated it, they said. But they could just hear them
It
on
was
the
an
radio just
unceremonious and
going
tragic end to what had been a miraculously decisive victory. They had accomplished their mission. The Marines on Saipan were safe from the naval and air threat, and Kido Butai, it seemed, had been vanquished once and for all. But not completely.
Didn't yo?
Suikaku, her air wing decimated, and her sister dead, limped home with her wounded comrades throughout the night. The outcome of the war was now no longer in doubt. It was over. At one time, she and her sister sailed alongside the mightiest naval force the world had ever seen, and now that seemed like a distant memory. A hollow and pathetic joke in the face of the raw power that she had just witnessed. They couldn't stand against this. They had no help coming. There was no reinforcements, no saving grace. There was nothing. The Americans would take Saipan. Her old commander would die. Her countrymen, the men which she pledged to protect, they would all die. And the enemy would be in range of her homeland. Suikaku was alone. There was no help
Did
coming.
I talk about Essex? I thought I did.
Of the original carriers of
Not too
Kido
sure.
Butai, which struck fear into the enemy, she was the very last one left. She was alone. Her country, her family, her home, all of them would burn. And there was absolutely nothing that she could do to stop it.
There can be no peace in the world until the military power of Japan is destroyed. Substantial portions
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I
of
did say
Japan's
Essex.
key
Yes.
industrial centers have been leveled to the ground in a
What
series
your
of
favourite
record
Aisling
incendiary
waifu
raids.
says about you.
What has already happened to Tokyo will happen to every Japanese city if the Japanese insist on continuing resistance beyond
I
the
need to
point
do
of
another one of
reason.
those.
Our blows will destroy their whole modern industrial plant and organization, which they have built up during the past century, and which they are now devoting to a hopeless cause. Only surrender can prevent the kind of ruin as the result of continued useless resistance.
I need to watch the film This Far Side of the World. This Corner of the World. Whatever it's called. It's an anime. It's a great anime film. Love it. Content nuke, baby. Woohoo! Content nuke. Content nuke. Content nuke. And finally, we have the last episode to watch, the final one. And this one is like the Azalin Crack 10. I remember Animarchy kept mentioning about working on this. This was something that he invested in the final part of Enterprise. And the interesting thing about it is it was like Azalin Crack 10. It was an unfinished symphony for quite a while, then it got finished. And yeah. But I did say something to Animarchy, and there's something interesting about this in particular. Because I asked my friend who watched this, did he mention a pen at all? The reason as to why is because there was someone on the internet who found the pen for him. This sexy bastard right here. I was able to find it because I just looked on the internet. But anyway, but I also recommended something to him that, are you familiar with, I wanted to make a tribute video to USS Enterprise of a song called This Means War, because I think it perfectly fits Enterprise. And now we go to the last episode of the Enterprise series. Last part. The end. Okay. Let's go. Mushy mushy. Yay. Musashi. Oh no. Looks a bit Yamato-y there.
On the flight deck, air crews are manning up for the 2010 launch. The temperature is 8.
But no, Shogo isn't when Yamato gets sunk, it's Tengo. Before it gets sunk.
But before that, I need to talk about
Oh,
today's
fuck off.
military and of
Fuck
and
off.
blood money and is in
Fuck those guys. Fuck Curiosity Stream. They can suck my dick, fucking cunts. Fuck you, go fuck yourselves, Curiosity Stream, you fucking pricks. You fucking said you ain't got enough American viewers. Piss off.
decks were empty. The ocean around them was empty. And their nation's cause empty.
But hey, we dropped the bomb.
Admiral Ozawa on the bridge of Zuikaku scanned the horizon, seeing nothing but the small task force around him. So this is the mighty air fleet of the Japanese Navy, he thought bitterly. 1 full-sized flight deck and 3 escorts. Total number of aircraft? 116. Command had even been so gracious enough to assign him the Issei-class hybrid battleship aircraft carriers to make up the numbers. Yet no one had thought to give him any aircraft with them. Not that they had the pilots to fly them anyway. This trip was gonna be one way. A glorious final battle to force a decision in the field. Then again, we've had several final battles now, haven't we? There always seems to be one more. But not this time. Zuikaku and the pilots aboard her represented the very last of Kido Butai, and even then, most of them were replacements. The few experienced pilots they had left were either promoted to command far earlier than one would expect or require, or walking wounded holding instructors' positions. In the last 2 weeks alone, the Americans had destroyed over 500 aircraft, a third of those with their crews. Very soon we're going to be flying with cadets in biplanes. That's why Command recently approved the long-discussed plans that, up until now, were deemed too desperate even for them. Kamikaze. The divine wind, which blew away the invading Mongols centuries before, would now blow again, at the cost of Japan's youngest, best,
and most
brightest.
stupidest.
It could work, of course. If their carrier fleet could draw the Americans away, it could give his colleagues in the battleship force an opening to hit the enemy fleet
I have to
anchored
admit,
offshore.
that was possibly
Admiral
one of
Kurita
the most
was
terrifying things ever for the Americans to, like, just to have, like, the realization to see these aircraft coming at you thinking, oh, it's going to drop a bomb. And then the realization of it's not coming off the target. And then you realize that it plows head first. And then you realize, hang on. And then another plane comes along. And then it crashes again. And then you realize, holy shit, these guys are actually thingy. Yeah, I haven't seen part 4. Everyone keeps telling me to watch part 4. It's like, it's gonna make you cry, boy. Because we know what you like. We see you little bitch. You simp over boats, boy. You get very upset over boats sinking. So we know you're gonna cry, boy. But we'll see. We'll see.
in command of Yamato and Musashi, the mightiest warship.
If he mentions the friggin' pen and he doesn't mention that I gave him the link, I'm gonna kill him.
Ships ever to sail.
Like, I'm gonna actually physically kill him.
With every...
Like, I'm physically going to Australia to kill him.
Battleship.
With my bare hands. Just saying.
Cruiser and destroyer Japan had left in support. The resulting slaughter would rout the US Navy, and it very well could give the island garrison a chance, forcing the Americans to the negotiation table. It could work. But was it worth the huge cost they would inevitably pay doing it?
Ping pong.
Well, that isn't up to me, is it? After the disaster in the Marianas, the odds against them couldn't be clearer. By October 1944, Task Force 58 numbered over 100 ships, with a corps of fleet carriers named Murderers Row, led by Admiral Mitchell aboard USS Lexington. Across the entire invasion force currently conducting operations, 300 American warships of all types stood ready for action, with an air wing numbering over 1,500 aircraft. This mission was doomed. Their chances were nearly zero.
Enterprise
Yet, as wise men in the grim far future so often say, the Emperor protects. With a little bit of luck, raw audacity, and a well-timed bout of American stupidity, things may just go their way. And still, to this day, 80 years later, no one can really believe just how close they got, nor can they believe what the Americans pulled off to prevent it.
Ooh, apparently the most replayed bit is at the end. That is interesting. Okay. Leyte Gulf, complete ship show. Oh yeah.
In the American camp, meanwhile, things were not as monolithically terrifying as it appeared. Due to the nature of the operations they were carrying out, the chain of command for the Philippines was his jurisdiction. Therefore, half the naval forces were under his command, while 3rd Fleet, Task Force 58 and the heavier fleet assets, were all under Admiral Halsey, who was in turn under Admiral Nimitz. And while the heavier assets were primarily there to counter any Japanese fleet operations, they also had to do double duty, supporting the troops assaulting the islands with air power. By the invasion of the Philippines, the US carrier force had expended a considerable amount of ammunition and fuel. Given that the invasion was now well underway and the Japanese had yet to appear, Admiral Halsey detached a large number of his carriers with orders to return to Ilithi Atoll for resupply, leaving only 5 fleet carriers on station: Franklin, Intrepid, Lexington, Essex, and of course, USS Enterprise. That said, however, they did have a large number of smaller carriers in support of the landings, assigned to Task Force 77, the Taffies, so they'd been called. Thus, they should have enough aircraft to handle any contingency. But of course, having fleet carriers in the double digits is always preferable if you have the option. And so here it is. The US main force is under strength, their command and control is degraded due to conflicts in the chain of command, and the largest battleship flotilla ever assembled is now stealthily passing through the Philippine archipelago in the middle of the night under complete radio silence. The Japanese, by complete accident, and they had no way of knowing it, had against all odds managed to catch the Americans at just the right time for their plan to work. Now all they had to do was catch them by surprise.
Enemy spotted.
Oh dear. At 1 a.m. on the 23rd of October 1944, 2 US Navy submarines, USS Data and USS Dace, were cruising through the Palawan Passage on the surface, patrolling the sea lanes leading to the main invasion area. They were on their way back to the beginning of their patrol beat when Data's radar operator picked up a large surface force on their scope. It was in the direction of the US fleet, but no surface units were supposed to have come out this far. They were 30,000 yards away, cruising steadily eastwards. The radar operator strained his eyes to make sure what he was seeing on his scope was correct. He counted 30 returns in all, and at the center of the group he saw the 2 biggest returns he had ever seen on his scope. It had to be a glitch. These couldn't be this big. He fiddled with the settings, but nothing changed. Dace and Data turned to pursue and went to all ahead full, their diesel thundering to life as the submarine slowly accelerated to full speed. Data submitted a contact report to 3rd Fleet Command, while the bridge officer manning the conning tower got a visual with his binoculars. What he saw, he couldn't quite believe. In the darkness, he saw a group in...
No, I just thought my flatmates were having sex. Never mind, they're not, thank God.
Entirely composed of surface combatants, no flat tops. And in the middle of the formation, he saw 2 hulking shadows which dwarfed all the other vessels around them, their pagoda silhouettes blocking out the moon. Admiral Kurita, commanding Center Force from Otago, had made it this far without being noticed. As per the operational planning, he had gambled that Admiral Ozawa's Northern Force would be spotted first and draw the Americans away from his movements, giving him an opening. But unfortunately, it hadn't worked. The Americans had spotted his group first. He had heard their contact report go out, but he was still under strict orders to maintain radio silence. That, and if they were focused on attacking him, maybe Ozawa could get in close to both Yamato and Musashi with him, as well as Nagato, Kongo, and Harada, not to mention a full escort force of cruisers and destroyers. If there was any surface group in the world that could put up a fight against the overwhelming might of the US Navy, it was his. And so he pressed on into the dawn. But as the sun crested the horizon, there came a loud scream from the bridge wing. Yore! Data and Dace had moved ahead of the Japanese formation during the night, and as the sun came up, they had enough light to launch a submerged torpedo attack. Otago took 4 hits and began to sink almost immediately. There was barely enough time to call abandoned ship before she began heeling over. Admiral Kurita was forced to swim for it. There wasn't even time to organize a launch or a raft. As the fleet came to battle stations and destroyers began fanning out to locate the attackers, another set of explosions could be heard from Otago's sister ship Takao. Both US submarines had hit their targets, though Takao only took 2 hits and managed to enact damage control measures in time. The Japanese ships went to all-ahead full and began evasive maneuvers. The destroyer Kishinami, who was nearest to the flagship, immediately began rescue operations. Admiral Kurita was quickly fished out of the water and transported to the relative safety of Yamato, giving orders to find and engage the submarines to ensure that the battleships could get away safely. He couldn't lose those ships. He had to move quickly, and he had to get a handle on this situation. But as he gave the order, while the rescue for Otago's crew was underway, yet another Japanese ship, the cruiser Maya, exploded in a ball of flame as 4 more torpedoes from Data slammed into her port side. This time they hit one of the magazines, and within 5 minutes she had capsized and plummeted down, taking over 300 men with her. The US submarines had just fired the opening shot of the largest naval battle in human history, having sunk 2 heavy cruisers while crippling a 3rd. And as the Japanese destroyer screen began their hunt, both Data and Dace made a quick but stealthy getaway, linking up with none other than USS Nautilus as they did so. Things had started badly for the Japanese, and spoiler alert, it's gonna get worse. Oh, it's gonna ports. But US recon aircraft maintained that threat. However, Nishimura, due to the radio silence,
let's just skip to the end of this bit.
Was the combat air patrol to cover the fleet during standard operations. Thus, they will have to fight their way past, just as they had to do in the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. That said, due to half the US fleet having fallen back for resupply and the necessary repositioning to counter, the Japanese attack force was obliterated, with 1 pilot from Essex, Commander David McCampbell, shooting down an incredible 9 Japanese planes in this one battle alone. But as the 2nd Japanese wave started to arrive, several aircraft managed to slip through the screen and board in on the task force, preparing to brave the storm of steel that would come up to meet them from the combined firepower of 1,000 radar-guided proximity-fused armed AA guns. However, there were several scattered cloud formations over the fleet at the time, and one of the few veteran pilots of the Imperial Japanese Navy used them to great effect. USS Princeton, alongside the other light carriers, was prepping to strike the Japanese surface group moving in to attack the invasion force. As such, she had her strike aircraft fully fueled and in the process of being armed up for the strike. The Hellcats she had on combat air patrol, meanwhile, were coming into land after engaging the first wave of attackers, and so both her hangars and deck spaces were full of aircraft in all various stages of operational evolution, just as the Japanese had suffered at Midway. Bursting out of a cloud bank above her, a single D4Y Judy dove in for the attack. The defensive guns blazed away, but the enemy had gotten within range too quickly to respond. A 500-pound armor-piercing bomb slammed through the deck, detonating the fully armed aircraft inside. A huge explosion rocked the ship, killing over 100 men before secondary explosions and fires started ripping through the rest of the vessel. The initial shock was so devastating, it broke the fire suppression system. USS Princeton would eventually sink, with a main magazine explosion detonating while rescue operations were underway, killing and wounding hundreds of men, while severely damaging several surface combatants in the process. The Japanese pilot never knew of his success, though, as a Hellcat from USS Lexington blew him out of the sky soon after his run. A small victory, won at great cost. Of that entire Japanese wave, not a single aircraft survived. But it wouldn't take long for the Americans to reply. Kurita had heard the alarm sound, but it may as well have been a routine weather report. It was just as inevitable. Aboard Yamato, the AA guns barked to life, but being Japanese anti-aircraft guns, the US naval aviators simply moved in between the fire zones, as the primary radar gun director for the Japanese gunners was a man holding a stick yelling aggressively for the Emperor, which if he has a bolter in the other hand is perhaps worth some consideration, but in this case he didn't, and thus it wasn't.
That's what it was.
The Helldivers began peeling off and picking their targets, while the Avengers steadily formed up their formation torpedo attacks. Naturally, the Americans aimed for the biggest ships they could see, which of course were the two largest warships ever built, even now maneuvering hard to evade. It wouldn't help them, especially as the second wave from Essex and Lexington were now beginning to arrive as well. Musashi, Nagato, and Yamato all took hits from the dive bombers, with a 500-pound bomb smashing through Yamato's deck near A turret, doing notable but not significant damage. Musashi, however, drew the focus of the attackers. Across several hours, she was pummeled by the air groups of Intrepid, Cabot, Essex, Lexington, Independence, and Langley, with at least 10 armor-piercing bombs and a torpedo barrage slamming into her from multiple directions, causing her to take on a list to port while wrecking the superstructure and starting multiple fires. Damage control teams rushed to extinguish the flames and get the flooding under control. But there would be no escape, because there was one more wave of US Navy aircraft inbound. A wave led by a vengeful spirit no enemy had managed to withstand. The two largest warships in history may have been among the strongest vessels afloat, but they weren't the deadliest. The deadliest was at that moment beginning her assault.
Enterprise ready? Engage!
Pilots circled Musashi like vultures, with US the Japanese cruiser
kills Musashi.
The once mighty battleship that bore the name of both an ancient province and Japan's mightiest warrior, capsized and sank, coming to rest over 4,000 feet.
Musashi did a very good job because she actually took more hits than Yamato. The counter-flooded, they actually did a really good job with counter-flooding her, but it was just a general issue, and she actually sank after the battle. But unfortunately, she just couldn't, with the amount of actual water damage she had
below the waves.
Like the amount of
her captain still on the bridge by his own will. Kurita analyzed the situation from Yamato and drew a stark conclusion. The operation had failed. He withdrew west away from the combat area to reassess and consider disengaging. He was down half his firepower without even getting close to the enemy's main force. And in the face of such opposition, retreat is the only sensible decision.
If they do, I'm just going to skip
But that was not going to be an option. Ozawa and Nishimura were proceeding on mission. They would enter the battle by tomorrow. Even if it does put the flagship of the Japanese Navy at risk, strategically and especially politically, he can't sit this one out. Thus, as the sun set, Kurita turned back around and headed towards the invasion beaches. And once again, unknowingly, he had against all odds swung the battle back in his favor. And unless you already know this story, I'm sure you're sitting here confused, wondering how is that even possible given the odds?
Yeah.
Well, at 1640, about an hour before Kurita turned around, Admiral Halsey had confirmed that Center Force was running west. They were running away. It was then that his scouts finally detected Admiral Ozawa's force coming in from the north. In a rather ironic twist, the only Japanese force that had managed to sneak up on the Americans was the one that the entire plan hinged on being found first. It was then that the old bull Halsey made a fateful decision. Ozawa's flagship was Zuikaku, the last Japanese fleet carrier that struck Pearl Harbor still in service. It was also, as far as he knew, the only major Japanese air threat left in the area after they'd killed all those aircraft from Luzon. With the loss of a Yamato-class battleship and seeing Kurita heading away from the area, Halsey concluded that the main axis of attack wasn't Kurita anymore, but Ozawa, and that he needed to reorient his forces to meet the threat while finally settling accounts with Kido Butai once and for all. However, this kicked off a cavalcade of disastrous miscommunication and bad intelligence all round, which I will give you the short version of. Going back to the start of this battle, when the battleships were approaching, Halsey organized Task Force 34 under Admiral Lee to guard the Central War Gauge Ozawa's carriers Halsey decided to bring the battleships as well. Thing is, due to all the chain of command issues, poor radio communications in this region of the Pacific, and a few problematic, slightly adversarial interpersonal relationships, no one told anybody. And so the San Bernardino Strait was left completely unguarded. Now, it's bad enough this is happening by accident, but what's really incredible is that pretty much every other senior officer, including Lee and Mitchell, took one look at this and said,
That's bait.
which was very soon confirmed by a nighttime recon aircraft from USS Independence, who saw Yamato heading back east towards the invasion fleet.
That's Musashi.
But again, due to the all aforementioned nonsense and shenanigans, this report was completely ignored, and so the entirety of Third Fleet headed north to fight the last major carrier engagement in the Pacific War, leaving a small assembly of destroyers and escort carriers to fend off the largest battleship flotilla in human history. A ragtag bunch of tin can sailors was and only a tenth of their normal air support. The Japanese never stood a chance. Over on the other side of the Philippines, however, things were, surprisingly and amazingly, given the nature of war, actually going according to plan. Task Force 77 had assembled an absolute monstrosity of a battle group to confront Southern Force, comprised of 6 battleships, 5 of which having been revived after Pearl Harbor, 8 cruisers, and would keep them at arm's length, allowing the formation to dodge the avalanche of torpedoes sent their way. Problem was, the PT boats were just keeping them busy and keeping them in sight, while maintaining an accurate plot on their position. As the Japanese advanced, they were falling deeper was the entirety of the destroyer force. Colleagues Yamashiro took multiple hits.
Yamashiro.
It looked like sunrise had come early. Given Fuso is another name for Japan, it seems they took the land of the rising sun a bit too literally. Well, actually, at this point, that starts to become a theme, but anyway. Fuso took such a beating, some people thought it had split in half and reported it as such. But nevertheless, it capsized and sank within the hour, with USS Melvin scoring the killing blow. Meanwhile, Yamashiro took most of the hits in her main belt, so she could still steam on right ahead, just fine, straight into the radar-directed guns of an entire battle line of American battleships who had, for the last time in naval history, crossed the T of their enemy. USS West Virginia detected Yamashiro as she and her surviving escorts pushed through the ambush. And once the Japanese got in range, John Denver's biggest hit song was completely invalidated, as there was absolutely no such thing as almost about the heaven Yamashiro sailors suddenly found themselves in. West Virginia's first salvo slammed into her, followed by a literal wall of shells from her colleagues. California, Tennessee, Pennsylvania, and Maryland sent shell after shell alongside Weavy. Nishimura's force was systematically and completely annihilated. In fact, they were cut down so mercilessly that by the time USS Mississippi, the last battleship in the line, got in range, they only fired 1 salvo, which is the last time a battleship has fired at another battleship in naval history. Admiral Nishimura was killed, just dead, straight out blown away. His ship Yamashiro torn down to its individual components. Her escorts were likewise obliterated, among them the heavy cruiser Mogami. Only one ship, one singular ship, the small destroyer Shigure, managed to escape the fiery hell that the Americans had unleashed upon them. The battle was so viciously one-sided that the second wave of Southern Force, that's right, there was another wave behind them, took one look at this situation and decided, nope! Quickly turning tail and running west as fast as their propellers could turn. As the sun rose on the morning of the 25th, it looked as though it would be a complete clean sweep for the US Navy.
Destroy with a battleship kill marker.
Off the island of Samar, through the now unguarded San Bernardino Strait, small force of destroyers would achieve in this battle.
Right, I'm going to skip
while
this
simultaneously We are marked to die. We too are enough to do our country loss. And yet to live. To live. The fewer men, the greater the share of honor. Crispian. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand a tiptoe when this day is named, and rouse him at the name of Crispian. He that shall live through this day and see old age will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbors and say, tomorrow is St. Crispian. Then he will strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, these wounds I had on Crispin's day. Old men forget, yet all shall be forgot, but he'll remember. He'll remember with advantages what feats he did that day. Then the names of our ships, familiar in his mouth as household words, Samuel B. Roberts, Johnston and Hull and Hierman, White Plains, Fanshawe and St. Lo, be in their flowing cups, freshly remembered. This story is a story the good man shall teach his son. And Crispin Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day until the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall forever be my brother, be he ne'er so vile, and this day shall forever gentle his condition. And gentlemen back in America, now abed, shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, whilst any man speaks that fought with us upon this St. Crispin's Day! Soaring through her superstructure, starting fires.
I'm just going to
all the while buying time for Hierman and Hull.
I'm actually very surprised
launching
with,
torpedoes, which resulted in forcing Yamato to evade away from the
this.
fight temporarily, buying the carriers much-needed time to attempt to escape. And with that, let's talk about the Naval Aviation Division, as we're supposed to be talking about Enterprise. And trust me, as this is going on, she is engaged in her own drama. But I do want to mention the Naval Aviation contingent of Taffy 3, as they get a little overlooked in the retellings of the events, despite being just as giga-chad as their surface
what they did.
But as a last word on the tin cans, let me say this. As I recount the rest of these events, for the entire time I talk about them, just know that in the background, a small group of 4 or 5 destroyers throughout the entire story are locked in mortal combat with several battleships, their destroyer screen.
I think it could have been mentioned in a different video, but then again, at the same time, I think he did it partially for the length of the videos, but also additionally because he didn't want to have to make one on Taffy 3, because Taffy 3 is a video you can do on its own. Shadow Goes Straight is a video you can do it on its own, because it's just, there's so much to it. There is so much to it. And I think that's why he's just decided, I don't want to make that video in the future, so I'll just put it in Enterprise. Because you got to remember, at this point, this is when the Ukraine stuff was kicking up for his channel. So he realised he couldn't do content of ships anymore, pretty much. But he wanted to finish the Enterprise series because it was his baby. Very similar to like my Crack series. How I wanted to finish Crack 10 because it's my baby. So...
and a heavy cruiser squadron by themselves. But with that, let's talk about the pilots. The aviators had been pummeling the cruisers and destroyers throughout the morning. They had done some serious damage as well. Low over 8-4 here. I'll join on you. Me too. The flight lead, and you can try. And so they did, making runs at Congo, who was sailing behind the cruiser screen. However, as the day went on, the Taffy pilots steadily ran low on fuel and ammunition, being forced to find an airfield. They couldn't land on the carriers as they were currently under direct fire from the cruisers now tearing towards them. But those carriers weren't the helpless targets the Japanese expected. The escort carriers all had a 5-inch dual-purpose gun mounted on the stern for this very scenario to engage surface targets while trying to break contact. And the carriers of Taffy 3 were at this very moment yeeting shells downrange as fast as they could load and fire them. And they were scoring hits. Lots of hits, in fact. The superstructures of the Japanese cruisers were getting absolutely battered again and again, and while they too were doing damage to the carriers, they weren't doing enough. Not even their torpedoes were working. The Americans were dodging every one they threw at them, and the ones they couldn't dodge were shot out of the water by Taffy's planes. You heard correctly. The pilots of Taffy 3 dove down to 0 feet to strafe torpedoes. The whole of Taffy 3 amounted to just one of the Japanese ships in terms of displacement, and yet each man on each ship was fighting like a lion. If you want to know what the mood was, the anti-air gunners aboard the carriers sat there watching their 5-inch colleagues firing at the oncoming Japanese, and they weren't scared. No, it was the opposite. They were angry they couldn't join in. So they sat there fuming while their trigger fingers itched, until one of the officers called out, "Don't worry, boys! We're suckering them into 40 mil range!" But the problem with planes is, they run out of ammo and fuel a lot faster than a ship. And landing on the carriers while under shell fire, as mentioned before, is not advisable. They needed to divert. But Task Force 58 was on their own adventure and unable to lend support or provide temporary flight decks. Thankfully, however, the Army had seized a number of forward airfields in the Philippines during the invasion. Tom Lupo, from the Fanshawe Bay Air Group, was leading a motley crew of Taffy pilots, having run out of ammo and fuel, when he noted that the recently captured airfield of Tacloban was open. The engineers and Seabees were just starting to clear the field of debris and fill in craters caused by the Navy just the previous week. Lieutenant Lupo landed his Avenger, dodging potholes, and rolled to a stop near the command tent. He then immediately ran over to the Seabees and told them to grab their bulldozers and whoever they can grab with a shovel to clear the field for his fellow aviators. It was then that he spied piles of ammo, tons of bombs, and hundreds of barrels of fuel that had just been dropped off. "Who's in charge of that?" he asked, and was immediately referred to an Army Major. The Army Major in question told Lieutenant Lupo that these stores were for the Army Air Force squadrons scheduled to arrive within the next few days. "Well, the entire Japanese Navy is out there, and if we don't use those bombs, they're going to sail over here and blow you to hell." The Army Major was still nonplussed and told him that he couldn't have them unless he cleared it with his colonel, who was commanding troops at the front. To which Lieutenant Lupo drew his pistol and said, "Well, I'm not going to bother the man. He's out fighting a war like me, so that's just too damn bad." He then pointed the pistol at the officer and handed the pistol to his stunned radio man with instructions to cover him. He then climbed into his aircraft and radioed Fanshawe Bay to direct all friendly aircraft to Tacloban for rearm and refuel. The Army anti-aircraft gunners welcomed them for a few moments before being yelled at to stop. However, the strip was still very, very rough, and the first aircraft attempting to land hit a rough patch and went over on its nose. Thankfully, with the crew all okay, though. The other aircraft waved off, only to be radioed by an Army air controller, who had been joined by a Navy aircraft director who had been put ashore with the invasion force. These two men saved the day, coordinating the safe recovery for most of the force. There were some concerning moments as a trio of Japanese Zeros strafed the field in the middle of landing operations, but other than that there were no major incidents. What happened next was the same miracle of American military personnel forced to improvise that we have seen all throughout their storied history. This group of enlisted personnel and junior officers, on the spot with no warning or structure, organized a fluid rearm and refueling point for the entire Taffy Air Group, turning aircraft around and quickly fixed, with one of the crews raiding the Avenger who force landed for a new wing, which they then fitted to their aircraft, rearmed, and headed back out. US Naval Aviators and Air Force maintainers. God himself could not fashion a more lethal team for projecting air power. However, some Taffy pilots were still on station. Blue Archer, in his Avenger, was preparing to head back to the airfield for more fuel and ammo. It was then he heard the call for a torpedo attack. Now, he didn't have any ammo or fuel, but he did have guts and some friends. And so, to draw the fire from the other aircraft and the aircraft carriers, he opened his bomb bay and began doing low passes with his wingmen over the Japanese task force. It was then he saw Yamato turning to rejoin the fight. So with his two wingmen, he turned in to make a low pass over the ship to draw their attention away from friendlies. It was then that a wall of AA shattered his engine and blew away the Avenger on his left wing. Wounded, concussed, and completely, absolutely, unbelievably livid, Archer opened his canopy for better visibility, and as he flew past Yamato's bridge, drew his pistol and dumped the mag straight at the superstructure, with Admiral Kurita staring back in sheer amazement. After this move, the air attacks died down briefly as the Americans returned to rearm. While they departed, Admiral Ugaki was heard to remark on the bravery of the pilots, which left many of the Japanese officers in a state of disbelief alongside Kurita. But their bravery, though Herculean, would not outdo that of the Japanese aviators, for a divine wind was blowing. The first kamikazes of the Pacific War had arrived on the scene. They attacked different targets throughout the entire Taffy formation, with their leader, Lieutenant Yukio Sekai, slamming his Zero into St. Lo, causing catastrophic damage that would result in the loss of the ship. Other kamikazes struck targets causing chaos, but most were shot down before they could even get close. It would be the only air support the Japanese would get. And so the battle raged on. The Tin Cans waged a war of heroic yet spiteful resistance as the carriers tried to escape. But against a force of battleships, the result was never in doubt. In desperation, Sprague passed calls for help up the chain of command, begging for any kind of support from Task Force 58, but none was within range to assist. Nimitz, having thought the Iowas were nearby to assist, fired off an encrypted communication to Halsey. Turkey trots to water. Where is Task Force 34? The world wonders. The answer to that, of course, was nowhere near enough to help. By the end of the engagement, St. Lo and Gambia Bay had been sunk, heavy cruisers Johnston Hall and Samuel B. Roberts along with them. But due to their sacrifice and their heroic efforts, along with that of the Taffy aviators, the majority of the formation broke contact and survived to fight another day. Yet even as they made good their escape, Yamato and her surviving escorts were now tearing towards the invasion fleet. They had defeated Taffy and were within striking distance of the objective. The Americans were helpless. All they needed to do was press the attack. And so they turned hard about and broke contact west. Admiral Kurita ordered a full withdrawal and to abort the entire operation.
Fuck's sake.
Taffy's resistance had been so fierce that it had inflicted significant damage on his entire force, including Yamato. Furthermore, he had burned through far more ammunition than he would have liked, and there was now no air support, not even kamikazes to back them up. If he sailed in there, he may very well score a few more kills, but it would almost certainly result in the loss of his entire formation like Southern Force, as the rest of the US fleet would thunder in and crush him before he could get away. And losing both of Japan's mightiest flagships in a single battle would be both a strategic and political disaster. No. Yamato must live on as a final bastion to defend the homeland. Thus the Japanese offensive came to an end. But a question still remains unanswered, and like the world, I'm sure you're wondering. As this drama was playing out, where was USS Enterprise? Well, the answer to that is as fitting as it is poignant. While the drama of Samar played out, Enterprise and her sisters were far to the north. They had sailed at all possible speed, and as the sunlight broke the horizon that day, their airmen took flight for a singular purpose: to settle accounts once and for all.
Kills you, Kaku. That's what it was. Kills you, Kaku. Zui, Kaku. She's not dead. She's still alive.
Admiral Ozawa was once again not having a good day. Honestly, this man just keeps taking L's wherever he goes. Were it not for what's to come, I would say he's the real tragic figure here. Hearing what happened on the 24th, he had rightly concluded that the plan was a bust, and as a result he should withdraw to preserve his force. However, like with Kurita, orders came down that everyone was to turn around and re-engage. They were going to accept battle against the Americans. Now, in his case, that meant taking his force, comprised of one air group of 120 planes, Japan's remaining carriers, and his hybrid surface warfare group, up against the entirety of Third Fleet. He had something like 20 ships in total, and that's including his support auxiliaries. The Americans, meanwhile, had over 100 ships, hauling towards him with 10 times the number of aircraft he did, not including the seaplanes and other auxiliary air units, as well as all of the Iowa-class battleships. As if it was any small consolation, their mission hadn't actually changed. Kurita was at this stage just about to hit Taffy 3, so he was bait, and in that sense his mission was accomplished. Now he had to hold the Americans here for his colleagues to do their work, and that would mean spending the lives of his pilots and sailors to do it. Well, it was going to come to this sooner or later anyway, and such was their duty. As dawn broke, the 30 Zeros of Zuikaku's Combat Air Patrol launched into the rising sun, while the strike package behind them loaded weapons. Zuiho's pilots had already manned their planes and were waiting for the flag officer to give the word, and as the sun broke free of the horizon, the Japanese launched. They knew where the Americans were. They were hard to miss with a force that size, and so the strike formed up. But as they moved out, they detected American scout aircraft within visual range of the task force. Here they come. The two strike packages passed each other on their way to their respective targets, but only one would reach their objective. As the Japanese pilots approached Task Force 58, the Combat Air Patrol descended on them like a pack of hungry wolves. American radar and fire control was just too effective. Enterprise's pilots from VF-20 scored 5 kills from the ensuing fight, while the other aviators of Task Force 58 steadily began. 1-0 did manage to shoot down an Enterprise Avenger, however the pilot was rescued by seaplane promptly afterwards, along with his crew. With their only defense gone and only a small group of ships to provide AA fire, they were now at the mercy of the Americans, who would show precisely none at all. Bombs and torpedoes began raining down on every ship in the group. Issei took several near misses and a small bomb hit to one of her turrets, while a destroyer was completely immolated by Enterprise's pilots with a rocket barrage. But they weren't what most of the air group was aiming for. No, they were aiming for the carriers. Zuikaku and Zuiho, in the center of the formation, maneuvered to escape. One more time, the Grey Ghost and the sole survivor met in battle. And it would be the last time. Wave after wave of aircraft struck the Japanese. The near misses alone caused shock damage to almost every ship in the formation, but the carriers and seaplane tenders were sentenced to certain death. The aircraft from every ship in the US fleet pummeled the Japanese flat tops, and it seemed that Enterprise would finally vanquish her nemesis. It was the end. She'd finally, after all these years, she'd finally won. But there was no glory, no honor, no triumphant final battle. No. It was merely an execution for a long-defeated adversary. Yet as they stared each other down, it would not be Enterprise who settled it. As the third wave crested the horizon towards the Japanese, at its head was none other than the air group of USS Lexington. Her namesake, her mothership, her predecessor had perished at Zuikaku's hands. She would answer for that death, and Zuikaku would answer to her. The last survivor of Kido Butai, the only ship left to stand against the oncoming storm, a mirror to her rival in so many ways, was helpless to save herself. Bomb after bomb smashed through her flight deck, as no less than 7 torpedoes smashed into her hull. Her anti-aircraft defenses were useless, along with Zuiho fighting for her life alongside her, and failing. The situation was well and truly hopeless. At 13:58, the order to abandon ship was given, with Admiral Ozawa transferring the flag to the cruiser Oyodo. Her surviving crew gathered on the starboard side of the flight deck, which was now the only part of the ship above water, and officially struck the ensign in a ceremonial parade, even as bombs and torpedoes were dropping around them, a mark of respect and honor for this valiant ship who had been their home for the past 5 years. This done, they dropped their gear and jumped over the side, with the ever-worsening list aiding their departure.
I've seen the other photo, but I haven't seen this
The Americans, seeing that she was finished, switched targets and started hitting every other ship in sight. Chiyoda was bombarded repeatedly, while even more pressure fell upon Zuiho. But all of that faded into noise, as at 1414, the moment finally came. Zuikaku, the auspicious crane, capsized and slipped beneath the waves by the stern, taking her captain and 842 men with her. And as she fell to the ocean floor, the only thing she could see was the twisting and writhing hull of Zuiho, who she knew would soon be in her company for all eternity. The airstrikes continued. The submarines of the US Navy closed in like a pack of hungry wolves, but it was this moment more than any other that tolled like the final bell. Kido Butai, the force which struck at the heart of freedom, was finally no more, and history's largest sea battle was over. And though Halsey would be criticized for leaving the rest of the US fleet unguarded, the heroics of the Tin Can sailors and the US naval aviators had turned the odds in their favor and achieved a total victory, though there was never really any doubt of the outcome in the end. The Japanese Navy had launched its last gasp, and they had suffocated. It was now time to tighten the noose. With their only defenses down, it was time for the final phase, and there was only one place for Enterprise to go now. Tokyo. After a return to Ulithi for rearm and refuel, Enterprise and her sisters sailed unopposed across the length of the southwestern Pacific. With her air group being one of the few trained and equipped for dedicated night operations, she operated on rotating shifts, blasting Japanese positions all throughout the region, including targets in Taiwan, Macau, the Philippines, and Vietnam. From airfields to army depots to strategically crucial infrastructure, all the while engaging and destroying any aircraft or shipping they came across. Throughout December and January, these efforts continued until Task Force 58 was tasked with one mission, the one objective that Enterprise's sailors and airmen had been waiting for since 1941. Their target in February was the city of Tokyo, specifically aircraft production and engine plants in the city. Task Force 58 was to conduct round-the-clock strikes, with the early morning and late-night missions being flown by Enterprise. But she was not the only night carrier in the group, because Enterprise would be reunited with a very old friend.
Essex.
USS Saratoga, having completed night training for a number of US Navy pilots throughout Carrier Division 11, joined the force to assist in the upcoming operation. The task force fully assembled by February 14th, and 2 days later, the task force began hitting targets in the major cities along the eastern coast of Japan. Tokyo was hit, along with naval installations at Yokosuka Naval Arsenal. Strikes continued over 2 days until the 18th. Once completed, they immediately sailed south to rejoin the main US Armada, bombarding Iwo Jima to support the upcoming invasion. Enterprise and her colleagues arrived on station just in time to support Uncle Sam's misguided children, who were wading ashore just as they began flight operations. Throughout the campaign to take the island, Enterprise began flying constant strikes and combat air patrols, many of them against Mount Suribachi as our favorite Crayola canines slogged their way up its slopes. Enterprise here would set yet another world-first record, conducting constant flight operations without a break over the span of 174 hours.
Fucking hell.
Enterprise's pilots were literally flying a week straight with no break. She stayed in this role until March the 9th, when she left to resupply for an attack on Kyushu, the southern island of the Japanese homeland. Sortying again, she conducted strikes all across Kyushu and Honshu in precision night raids, pioneering radar-guided bombing attacks against crucial industrial targets. She sustained light battle damage on the 18th, but it was inconsequential. She then proceeded to support the landings on Okinawa, which is where her tour of duty would ultimately end. From April 5th to April 11th, the aviators of the Big E flew constant sorties in support of the Marines, working their way across the island. Conditions were horrible, and the resistance fierce. It was then that the last great naval operation conducted by Japan took place,
There we
as sailed forth to make her final stand.
You didn't build up cuts to that. Fucking hell. I think he should have done
Enterprise,
that with
however,
the whole...
was not involved, as by now
I think he should have done that with the whole battles, like Leyte Gulf. He should have just done it like that, like really quick, not dragged on to like, hey, let's talk about every single aircraft that took part in the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Nah.
how there were so many Essex-class carriers present that her specialist night pilots had quite literally a million better things to do than to blow up the world's biggest battleship, because Enterprise is the true queen of these waters. However, not even queens can defeat Mother Nature. The weather proved hazardous for both naval and air operations, but there was one storm that was worse than any other.
Typhoon,
The Divine Storm.
Oh.
The kamikaze had begun in earnest. Wave upon wave of Japanese aviators threw their lives away in the hope that they could achieve critical damage on enemy ships. And those that managed to get through the defenses inflicted horrific losses on the Americans.
Jesus.
Proper countermeasures to the threat were still in the process of being developed.
God is great.
Some of them very creative. One such ingenious idea was the creation of smokescreen buoys to be dropped by support vessels in order to shield the ships from view, while
like how he
allowing
said
the
buoy,
radar-guided
not buoy.
AA guns to engage and destroy the oncoming
Good.
attackers at will. And one of the pioneers of this method was a ship currently overseeing a forward emergency repair station among the islands south of Okinawa. A ship that bore the name USS Vestal.
I was going to say it's just...
On April 11th, a wave of kamikazes struck the carrier group anchored offshore. Enterprise was damaged considerably by 2 near misses, with the explosives aboard setting shockwaves strong enough to rupture her fuel tanks, damage her engines, and knock out power to numerous systems on the ship. However, the damage was not fatal, and under her own power, she limped back to Ulithi for emergency repairs. These were completed quickly, allowing her to return on station off Okinawa by the 6th of May, conducting round-the-clock flight operations constantly for the next 4 days. In the time she had been absent, things had gotten worse. Kamikaze attacks had increased in frequency, and though damage had been heavy throughout the fleet, there were some incredible stories of bravery. One such story belonged to a ship named USS Laffey. She's back. Who, against all odds, held off the assault of an entire squadron of kamikazes
There was
by
gonna make a film
herself
about Laffey,
and lived to
but
sail
they
away
didn't.
from it.
I don't know
Throughout
why.
the first half of May, NT's pilots racked up the flight hours and took down kamikazes. The gun crews as well were getting quite proficient, adding to their tally quite regularly as the fleet came under attack. However, while Enterprise was the luckiest ship in the fleet, everyone's luck eventually has to run out. On the 14th of May, another wave of kamikazes hit Task Force 58. 1-0, flown by Lieutenant Shinosuke Tomiyasu, managed to evade the combat air patrol and braved through the ungodly fusillade of AA fire, taking aim at the nearest carrier he could see. The carrier he found was USS Enterprise. He aimed his aircraft towards the bow section, hoping to destroy the flight deck and knock out the ship. He slammed into the forward deck elevator, sending the elevator flying through the air. 13 men were killed in
There's
the
a picture
attack,
of it.
with another 68 wounded. Damage control teams moved swiftly to douse the flames and restore the flight deck to active
Interesting
use,
the way that he's
patching the elevator
portraying
hole
it.
and running diagnostic
He's
checks
going
throughout
quite
the
quick
ship.
with it.
Enterprise's captain
Whereas
said
Battle
she was still
360 did
combat
it slow.
capable and could continue operations. However, given that the entire Essex class was now present and available, it was deemed unnecessary to keep her there, and she was ordered back to the States for a full refit. As
Yep.
such, Enterprise, with the aid of local auxiliaries, checked out her systems, secured the decks, and set sail for Puget Sound, saying farewell to her old friend, USS Vestal, who was at that time aiding a pair of destroyers in the maintenance area, while Enterprise handled her own repairs. They had been comrades through the darkest times, saving each other more times than either one could count. Enterprise and Vestal were sisters in arms, through and through. And this would be the very last time they would see each other. CV-6, the Grey Ghost, pulled into Puget Sound on the 12th of June, disembarking her air group and her battle-weary crew. There was much work to be done. The ship was worn out. The crew had cared for her deeply, but there was no hiding the battle scars, the dents, the scratches, wear and tear. Nevertheless, the yard got to work, bringing her back up to the best condition they could in preparation for Operation Olympic, the invasion of Kyushu to secure the southern flank and forward base for the final part of Operation Downfall, the invasion of mainland Japan. It was going to be a brutal fight. Hundreds of thousands were expected to die. Purple Hearts were manufactured by the millions. However, those medals would not be awarded until 60 years later, as on August the 6th, a small flight of Boeing B-29s soared through the morning sun over the Pacific. Their lead aircraft bore the name Enola Gay. At 8:15,
asked my mum if I wanted
bright
to, if
flash
I could name
enveloped
a
the
bomber
city of
plane after,
Hiroshima,
and she went, no.
leveling the city to the ground in an instant, extinguishing the lives of 100,000 people with it. An emergency meeting of the Imperial Council was called. However, the military was adamant the war would continue. They would force the Allies to invade. The Emperor, however, was not convinced. He, along with his aides in the civilian government, were looking for a solution. But their hands would be forced, as on August 9th, Nagasaki was struck by a plutonium bomb, killing a further 40,000 people and destroying a key port in Kyushu vital for the defense. On the same day, Soviet troops invaded Manchuria, scuttling any hope for a negotiated peace via arbitration. Realizing the situation was hopeless, the Emperor declared his intention to end the war. And this actually resulted in an attempted coup by overzealous Japanese officers, along with multiple units defying the order to cease hostilities. But in the end, eventually, the Emperor's will would be enforced.
Look at him, he's so small.
In his address to the nation, he accepted the terms of unconditional surrender established at Potsdam with the words, "The war has developed not entirely in Japan's favor." A ceasefire was announced, and on September 2nd, 1945, aboard USS Missouri, Japan formally capitulated to the Allied powers, bringing humanity's largest and most horrific conflict to an end. However, missing from Tokyo Bay and the air parade over the city was the ship who had done more to bring about this moment than any other. USS Enterprise sat in Puget Sound. Her refit finished 2 days earlier. Her restoration, though, was now no longer needed. She was old, obsolete, and even with her new coat of paint, there was no doubt that with the end of hostilities, her career was at an end. But true to her fighting spirit, true to all the sacrifices she had made, true to all the men who served her to the last, she embarked on one last mission in service to the country. And it could not have been more perfect.
Magic carpet.
USS Enterprise, the Grey Ghost, the Big E, the ship which had stood firm in America's darkest hour, was the ship that took America to war. And now, she would bring America to peace. And she would bring all those Americans home. USS Enterprise immediately began Operation Magic Carpet to retrieve as many US servicemen as possible and bring them back home to the United States. She sailed to Hawaii, where she embarked 1,141 servicemen for the voyage home. After this was done, she sailed on to New York and later Boston, where she would have her aircraft support facilities removed and replaced with as many berthings as possible made to accommodate soldiers returning from Europe. She would make 3 voyages across the Atlantic, bringing over 10,000 servicemen and women back to the United States. On the second trip, she stopped in Southampton, where she was received officially by the British First Lord of the Admiralty and his senior staff. As recognition for achievements in battle and the friendship between the two navies, USS Enterprise was awarded with a Royal Navy Admiralty pennant, a symbol of distinction and the only US ship in history to ever receive the honor, capping off an illustrious and storied career. By war's end, USS Enterprise was the most decorated ship in US Navy history, as well as its most deadly. In her time of service, she had accounted for 911 planes and 71 ships by herself, while sharing in the disabling or the destruction of 192 further vessels of all types with her sisters. She was officially awarded both the Presidential Unit Citation and the Navy Commendation Medal, with 20 battle stars to her Asia Pacific Service Award, more stars than any other vessel in the US Navy before or since. USS Enterprise's only equal in American naval history is USS Constitution. That is the level of honor and reverence we are discussing. On the 18th of January 1946, Enterprise entered New York Naval Yard for decommissioning. It was originally intended for her to become a war memorial, to be cared for by the state of New York, but plans for this fell through and were suspended in 1949. This decision caused outrage among what amounted to the entire U.S. naval aviation community. Veterans of USS Enterprise campaigned relentlessly for her to be saved as a museum, even gaining the support of both Admiral Nimitz and Admiral Halsey. Eventually, the U.S. Navy gave them an ultimatum. The cost for the purchase of Enterprise from the Navy was listed as $2 million US, roughly $25 million in today's money.
Yeah, that's not enough.
There was no way that they could raise enough. And so, in what I consider the worst and most sacrilegious crime ever to take place in naval history, USS Enterprise, CV-6, was sold for scrap on the 1st of July, 1958, to the Lipset Corporation of New York, to be dismantled in the breaker's yard of Kearny, New Jersey. Several precious artifacts were saved, though, such as her stern plate, which rests in a park in New Jersey, while her anchors are preserved in the Washington Navy Yard. Most prestigiously, though, her ship's bell is held in pride of place at the U.S. Naval Academy, and it is only ever rung if the midshipmen beat West Point in the annual Army-Navy game. But nevertheless, it was over. Her journey was at an end. From Pearl Harbor to Midway, to Santa Cruz to Guadalcanal, to the very gates of Tokyo she sailed, and now her final resting place awaited her arrival. She passed through Manhattan, under the mighty spans of her bridges, and the towering buildings of a prosperous nation. A nation she fought so valiantly to save. It was not the end she deserved, but there is a part of me that thinks it may have been the end her spirit wanted. And I cannot think of a more fitting place for Enterprise to rest. As she sailed to her last port of call, she passed the Statue of Liberty, a beacon of hope, a symbol that she herself, on her final mission, had brought so many of America's finest to see, to let them know that they had come home. But it's more than that. As Enterprise slowly passed from this earth, she was overlooking New York Harbor. And in Lady Liberty, I think she actually found a kindred spirit in the end. For both of them had made a solemn promise that they would be a guardian, a watcher, a protector of the flame of liberty, ensuring that for all time, forevermore and without compromise, there will always be a land on earth where anyone can find sanctuary, where the poor and the oppressed and downtrodden, regardless of who they be, may once again breathe free.
Well, unless you're black or Mexican. Let's be honest. And it's gonna be the nuclear powered one. Oh, no, oh. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh my lord! Oh my lord! Oh my god!
Anthony, you okay?
Both trade towers, where thousands of people work, have now been attacked and destroyed, with thousands of people.
I can hear you!
And soon the whole world will hear you.
And the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
Is that it? The end? Oh, he doesn't mention the pen. Okay. There we go. That's the end of that. That's the Enterprise series done. Soon the sun will be shining in about 5 minutes. Let's see. No, he hasn't put the pen in the link. I'm very surprised by that. There we go. And what I also liked about this, right, was that he actually didn't speak in the last bit. If you notice something, he didn't actually speak past this part here. didn't speak in like the last 5 minutes of the video. Because you don't really have to speak to know about 9/11 and the impact it had. You don't have to say anything about it. And that was actually really nice of him doing that. So yeah. But no, I sort of baited him into buying a pen. Let's see how my village is doing. Has it flooded? Go live. Okay, the tide's on its way out. Is it? Yeah. You can see it there. I don't know if my boat's sunk or is afloat. Because unfortunately the camera only covers this area. But she's about over here in this area, so I don't know if she's afloat or not. I basically... No, not penance, you fucking... I bullied Animarchy into getting a USS Enterprise pen. Okay, now there's fucking several of them, what the fuck. And I think it was this one, was it? I don't know actually. I bullied Animarchy into getting one, which I found funny. I don't know if it is this one. I thought it was one on Etsy I found. But not this one. Not these ones. I don't know. There was someone who was making them. And I don't know where. Ooh, New Jersey pen. Nice. I generally don't know. Oh well. I might get one. But I don't know what's authentic or what isn't. Because I completely forgot what the fuck I gave him. Wood pen. Where's the wood in this pen? It looks pretty metal to me. There's no wood there. Are they classing that bit there? I don't know. But anyway. No, how do I say this? I think this will be the last good video me and Animarchy do. Well, this is the last video I speak of Animarchy in a nice way. Everyone's like, what? You guys know of something called I can't get my Discord working. Can you not? No. Come on, start your cunt. Alright, hang on. Get it started now. Let me just see. Yeah. Yeah, the last thing he said, do I have to make a Margaret Thatcher? If you do, I will go out of my way to debunk it. I knew that would get your attention. So, and I'm just going to say, this is going to cause issues. You're going to have literally a fucking unstoppable force against an immovable object, okay? Because let me tell you something. I count on a response video if I make that video. But they should know for a fact that when people make response videos on me, I will always respond back. And the issue is, if I'm clever, I'll just make the video so that you make a mistake in your response, so then I can just beat you to death with it. But anyway. So, yeah. It's kind of sad. Looking at the end of the USS Enterprise. And then looking at the end of the Admiralty podcast. Is sad. Because like the USS Enterprise, it can be saved. But unfortunately, it won't be saved. But there's no worry in that. Truth be told, my channel's on thin ice as it is. And there's nothing really that can be done. Well, that's great. It doesn't fucking say what fucking thing are you from, you retard. North Carolina, is that it? So, yeah, I don't think I have the link anymore. Let me just see. Nope. See. Nope. It was from my old account that got deleted. So we'll never know. We'll never know. Maybe it's on his channel. When was that video posted? One month ago. Let's go further back. Go. 2, 4. So it was about, how many months ago did he do it? History USS Enterprise. February. So what month is that, huh? Harris. See, this was dick move. But the problem is I'm not like other historians, I'm a fucking psychopath when it comes to my history. And what was really sad as well was I was going to ask someone to commission art and it went horrifically wrong. Hang on, no, Enterprise must be somewhere else. I don't fucking know. Oh, I don't fucking know. I actually don't know. No, there's Enterprise. There's CARICOM. There. Where's the link to the... Oh, there it is. Thank you. Holy shit, it was 400! Where the fuck did you get this? Alright, someone find me this now. God fucking damn it. I'm gonna have to... Okay, let's do a search image for Google. Ah. Is that it? Looks it. Uh-oh. Oh! You can piss off. Trying to see. Here's the one. It don't look right. See, this one looks wrong. Where's the fucking words from, huh? Oh, there's the word. Is it? Oh shit, it's on eBay. Please tell me that is not it. I don't know. It looks it. I think it is. Please tell me that's not the wood you get. Because I'd be very upset if that is all the wood you get for like something that's like 100 quid. Oh well. Actually, hang on. Give me a sec. I'll find it. And Discord fucking opens itself again. Piss off. Thank you. You. Hang on. I'm gonna annoy Prav the game in a sec. Give me a sec. He's gonna be like, God fucking damn it, this piece of shit. Anyway, I'm gonna end the stream here. So that's been the Enterprise series. I'd say the ending was better than the Battle 360 one. It was relatively quick, in the sense of like it just picked up after like that. It just went boom, 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 boom. And yeah, so it's interesting. But there we go. It's done. It's dusted actually. This is pretty much done. Give me a sec. Right, hang on. I need to go on my channel sec. I need to do something. 27 likes. Wow, that's quite a lot. Oh. Oh, that's such an OC. So now you know what I actually look like when I'm physically sending messages on Discord. I'm like laughing emoji. So now they were the one who recommended me do this. I would have liked it for them to seen it, but you know. But anyway, I'm gonna end the stream. I mean, there is a new USS Enterprise coming, but yeah, it's definitely given me something to look at. The thing is, my documentaries that I'm making for my course are completely different to actually the documentaries that Animarchy does, and also it's given me an insight into my future videos I got planned for the channel. I'll show you a future video that I've got planned for the channel, which is quite a good one. Let me just see if I can get it. Oh, you fucking pricks. Come on. Go. I need to verify my code. Eight, 4, 3, 5, 5, 9. Stay signed in. All right. Uh-oh. film. So, this is one of my future videos that I've got planned. To what extent were British policies responsible for the deterioration of Arab-Jewish relations in Palestine between 1916 and 1948? The historiography of the Arab-Israeli conflict has been a subject of great debate. A central narrative has focused on the policies by the British between 1916 and 1948. Historians have cited that Britain over 3 decades implemented, and the fact that I fucking spent months, years, I spent 3 years putting blood, sweat and tears into doing this shit. All these fucking references, all these fucking essays to get the title of a historian. Look at this shit I've made. Look at this shit I've made. Just wonder what would happen if I turn these essays that I've done of all these various stuff into fucking like videos. Arab-Israeli conflict, Britain European resistance, dissertation, British counterinsurgency, First World War, air power, Age of Revolution, theories of war, armoured warfare, United States foreign policy since 1945. The realization hits you like a brick wall. Holy shit. OC's got the fucking... he's got like several videos that you can just easily turn. What have you got planned? Oh, you'll see. You'll see. We're gonna wage a war unlike any other. We're gonna triumph. We'll see. The interest in it is who's to blame. You're never gonna guess who I'm gonna blame, and Animarchy will not like who I have to blame. Anyway, I'm gonna end the stream here. I hope you guys enjoyed it. That was the end of that Enterprise. Now I can finally sleep. I can finally rest. It's 5 in the morning. And if that woman still doesn't fucking thingy, then I'm going to fucking kill her. I'm going to physically go and murder her. There we go. Hope you guys enjoyed. But hey, we dropped the bomb. Good night to you too.